Alright, welcome on into the stream, everyone. Welcome on in. Who's ready for some Nurgle? Bit of a slow start for me this morning, so that's why we're going up around 11 instead of earlier like I initially wanted to, so we've shaken off the... I guess Nurgle has blessed us this morning as well, so we're going to be playing as this horrible maggoty boy here, Epidemius. Look at... They went all in on the nasty for these new Nurgly models here, as we will find out with the up-closes with the new DLC units in time. So we've already got the Great Grain Prophet on in, welcome. Let's go ahead and start things off. So Epidemius is going to venture forth from the Forest of Decay in hope of cataloging all of the Plague Lord's many fetid gifts to the mortal world. He is in charge of keeping track of all of the plagues, a fairly impossible task, and that's why he's kind of a grumpy lad. He doesn't let his Nurglings be all jovial and happy like most of the others. Like Kugath is kind of like a big, fairly gross Santa Claus, and Epidemius is much more like Scrooge. He's got fantastic. I love this intro so much. The most matter-of-fact character in Nurgle's roster. Get on out of here, Philip. So for our starting army, we're going to begin with some Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle, which he is going to be giving most of his buffs to his Plague Bearers, be they Exalted or otherwise. Got two of the normal lads, a couple of Nurglings, a couple of Rotflies, and the Plague Toads, which have received a little bit of a buff, so they know how have, I think, some base bonus versus infantry and armor piercing, which they were lacking before, so they were a little bit... They charge in and do a whole lot of nothing. So for our faction effects, we've got more powerful rewards gained based on the number of plagues on non-Nurgle factions. We've got cycle time at -1 for those Plague of Flesh Poppies buildings to get more Plague Bearers out. We've got extra recruit rank for those Plague Bearers and Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle. More movement range for our Plague Cultists. For Epidemius' effects directly, He's got the Tallyman's Blades, which will be able to increase the number of uses based on the number of plagues that are out in the world. So the Tallyman's Blades allows you to summon a unit of Exalted Plague Bearers for a pretty long radius too, so you can drop them in right where you need them and have them launch those biological grenades into your foes. He's also going to have regeneration when fighting against armies with Plague, as well as 5 additional melee attack when throwing down with armies that are all sick. You're going to begin right here into the Chaos Waste smack dab between Malice Darkblade and Kevin the Demon Prince, so that's going to be a brawl to start. And for his little bit of flavor text, we've got Epidemius is Nurgle's chosen tallyman, one of the 7 proctors of pestilence, and the cataloger of all of the Plague Lord's myriad diseases. His path to the realms is an unpredictable one, for he goes wherever the spore of pestilence leads him. Epidemius is busiest of all when Nurgle's power is strong. The might of the Plague Lord is inextricably linked to the constantly shifting ebb and flow of disease. Campaigning armies with all the poor hygiene that entails offer a glut of work for the tallyman, but also present a rare opportunity for his more unusual studies. It's a rare privilege to observe a mortal's decline as their body and soul is ravaged by disease. The experience is often over far too quickly. Fortunately, there are always more victims to study. Collect Malekith's debt to you. Indeed. We'll have to go after Malice very early on. He comes after you pretty quickly. He parks that the black arc that he has to start with outside of one of your first settlements right off the bat, so he sets the tone pretty quick. We're going to be playing on very hard difficulty with the AI stat modifier set to neutral, so all of our units are going to be retaining all of their normal identities. And that's going to be that. Back on in, and actually before we dive in, Ugath actually got a little bit of a changes as well, so if you'd like to see Ugath's new effects, he actually is going to be buffing more than just Nurglings now, so he'll actually gain more recruitment health for all of his demonic units. And then with the rework to plagues, he is actually going to be gaining a lot more blessed symptoms, which are just more powerful versions of those plague symptoms. I believe it's about double the intended effect, or it just has an additional line of text for those that can't double. Today is about Epidemius. Let's get to it. And welcome in, Rogue Kaiser, if I hadn't welcomed you already. Very excited about Nurgle. They had received, I guess, the least expansive changes, but the changes to their research tree and how the plagues work, in and of itself, is enough to really set them, give them a pretty good boost. But I would say that Epidemius probably now has one of the most difficult Immortal Empire starts. Once you finish off your initial threat of Malice, it becomes much easier. But before then, it can be pretty sketchy. Plagues on both Cathay and Chaos Dwarf caravans. We will try our best. Not always easy to catch them, but if you can, and they spread that just as they travel, that is absolutely god tier. Make fresh victims, Tallyman. Epidemius is Nurgle's chosen Tallyman, who must oversee his master's domination of the world through the spreading and cataloging of plagues. As Epidemius's plagues spread far and wide between non-Nurgle victims, they can contribute to his tally of pestilence, greatly increasing his power, which is up here. We'll go over that bar in just a moment. We'll conquer the world in the Plague Lord's name to lead the Tallyman of Pestilence to their campaign victory. We almost don't want to conquer the entire world because we do want those plagues out on the other nations, so we'll definitely be wanting to vassalize a lot of the Norskin and other Chaos factions along the way. We'll see whoever we can forcibly vassalize and then keep spreading the gifts. Should be great. First mission is, of course, to deal with the All-Seeing Eye, and this is a pretty difficult battle. Adamantis has himself some Spawn of Tzeentch, Chaos Furies, Pink Horrors, a couple of Blue Horrors, and some Zangors. And of course, Tzeentch being the pretty much the hard counter to Nurgle is going to make this much more spicy than normal. I'll just go ahead and add a Blueberg to Epidemius' army, and then we'll go ahead and show off the Tally of Pestilence here. So, Epidemius, the Reckoner of Mortality, is busiest when Nurgle's influence is strong. His power inextricably linked, this is what we had read earlier. So as you drop plagues down on armies that are not Nurgle-based, you will start building up this tally. So from 1 to 4 plagues, you'll have a 10% more research rate, faction-wide, of course. And then your faction leader, that being Epidemius, will gain the Father's Blessing. So he's kind of like Morgar, where he can just kind of tap someone on the forehead when they've gone below 10% health, and then they turn into a unit of Nurglings, which is great. And then you will drop their leadership by 4. The second tier is the Surging, so that's 5 to 9 plagues. That'll give you 20% more research rate, upgrading the passive to the Father's Gift, which when he bops them on the forehead, they turn into a spawn of Nurgle, which is much more terrifying. And then you'll get 1 additional use of the Tallyman's Blades for Epidemius. On the non-Nurgle factions, you'll get Plague afflicted on them, so any of their units that are in a melee are just going to be taking a 10 to 20 damage per second tick, so they'll wither away in melee the entire time, while you just heal and cackle at them. They'll also lose some replenishment rate and have a -6 leadership debuff, which is terrifying with fighting demons, especially for the likes of those low leadership armies like even the Norskins and Skaven. We got Tally Rampant, so 10 to 19 plagues out and about, give you 35% more research rate. The Earthfather's Boon passive, so it's upgraded further, giving you 2 uses of Bop to the Forehead turn into a spawn, and then you get 2 uses of Tallyman's Blade as well, so up to 3. Effects on the non-Nurgle armies that have a plague, especially when you're fighting them, they'll have Plague afflicted, so when they're in melee, they'll still take that 10 to 20 damage, have 10% less casualty replenishment rate, and then -8 leadership. The final tier is Epidemical, which is a 20+ plagues out in the world, and you become extremely scary at that point. It is a snowball of epic proportions. You get 50% research rate, the Urfather's Benevolence, where you lose 1 of the uses, but whenever you give them the love tap after losing or down to 10% health, they become a Great Unclean One as well. So that damage per second, basically the unit immediately dies, and then you summon in that Great Unclean One, which fantastic, and that only gets better as you gain more of these research. The research that actually buffs up those Great Unclean Ones. Then Epidemius will have 3 extra uses for the Tallyman's Blade, so all of the extra summonable Exalted Plague Bearers. And then the Plague Afflicted will upgrade to the Greater Plague Afflicted, so lads will be taking 20 to 40 damage per second while in melee, so they will wither away super quickly, have 15% less replenishment, and 10 less leadership. Did you try Plan Pestilence 5.0 if any changes on them? They have not had any major changes there with Pestilence, which is a bit sad, but I bet they're going to have their day. And if they have received any changes, I haven't tried them myself, so the answer to that one is no, but I also don't think they've received any changes. For our new technology tree, as you can see, we no longer have the 7-tier... 7 is the number of the Plague Lord, the little 7-tier blobs where you have, I think it was 6 of them per blob, and you had to finish 4 in order to move on to the next. Now you've got a tree for both faction, buffing up kind of your normal campaign mechanics, and then military to buff up your might on the battlefield. So Fecundity, your army ability that allows you to heal, is right off the bat here, so we are going to grab this for 2 turns. But how this tree more or less works is you've got your single entity plague beasts up front, and the spawn, your cavalry and flying lads, as well as the toad war beasts, and then your infantry, which we're going to come on down also here and grab the Children of Nurgle rather quickly because it gives 20% more mass for all of your demonic infantry and expert charge defense. So they'll just laugh at anyone that charges their way. Hello, Emperor. How goes the tally? We have not yet tallied anyone yet, so it goes not well. But we will soon. Adamentus is about to receive a smackening. I did still want to show off a little bit more of the tech tree, so on the faction side, we basically start with Maddening Crowds. I'm just going to mouse through most of these here while I grab some water and have a sip. Corruption on the other side, and then you will notice there are milestones you have to pass with your infections now. So infections are used for more than just spreading plagues. You will use them for those different milestones in your tech tree that you can not pass before you have that number in your bank. And you will also use them when constructing military buildings. The military buildings will no longer take gold, they actually take infections in order to actually build them up. And they will be the only ones that do cycle on through. All of your economy buildings have been reworked to just be static, and they actually give you quite a bit of gold now, so you can make a fair bit of money with Nurgle. You also have an infections building now, since those are a very important secondary resource for you. Nurgle is my favorite Chaos God. my favorite is Tzeentch. So we would likely be mostly opposed. Nurgle is great too. Gotta love bathing in a pool of your own filth. So we got the beasts. I'm gonna recruit in anytime you get the opportunity with Nurgle or any faction that lets you summon units off the bat. I always do so. I'm gonna grab these toads and the plague beast as well. Just recruit that group, and then I also am just gonna go ahead and chuck in the growth building here in the Forest of Decay. And we'll take Epidemius, and we'll show off his skills, and then we'll throw ourselves into the fray. He's got a haphazard stack of Nurglings keeping him up, and he doesn't go in a straight line across the battlefield. He kind of teeters his way. It is great. His animations are all fantastic. He's got his little bell that does actually make noise while he teeters his way across. This one will try to distract him the entire time. This one's in charge of handing him his blade when he does get ready to charge, which he will not actually pick up the blade until he's very, very close to the enemy. And then this one up here is in charge of, I guess, his little hourglass. It is awesome. Everyone loves Tzeentch until his ulcer, cancer, chickenpox, flu, diarrhea combo hits. That's fair. I will just not be there when it does. Or his kind of unique skills, since he is not a spellcaster, he's got everything to do with buffing up himself or other demon units nearby, so you don't really want to bring in allies that are not demonic, if you can help it, in Epidemius' army, because he's not going to be giving them as many goodies as his demony boys. Element's Host gives us more ammo for Exalted Plague Bearers and the Plague Drones, which are about to have a new ROR unit, and I'll wait to try them out. 10% more upkeep reduction, and then more weapon strength too. We got the Pox seeding some more population surplus for newly captured settlements, and more growth for all provinces. Retinant for more health for demonic units when you're being recruited, as well as 10% more resistance, making them even thicker. Got the Plague Lord's favorite, so more, or I guess, an immunity drop, so now armies will have a brief period of time, it's like 3 to 5 turns where they're unable to have another plague after you deposit one on them in the first place, and you can drop that with certain other things in the plague screen itself and by skills, so this is one of them. It's also going to drop the infection cost to create a plague by 10%. Finally, you'll have the Perpetual Pestilence, which will upgrade the Talisman's Blades, so it just summons a unit of Exalted Plague Bearers, and they no longer degrade. Free units. For his melee line, you've got the Epidemic Outburst, which is kind of his explosion ability that allows him to escape combat that he is not enjoying. It'll drop down the Contagious Lethargy ability, which will be dropping speed by 80% and charge speed as well. Of course, you got your Devastating Charge, Thick Skin for armor, your Hard to Hit for melee defense, your Deadly Blade for attack, Epidemic Outbreak instead of Outburst, which looks to just be a little bit more damage and lightly, like just more damage. Contagious Lethargy is 80% speed over here as well. Yeah, so just a little bit more damage. Then you got your Wound Maker for weapon strength, your Scarred Veteran to boost up his already incredibly high health, Indomitable for more leadership, Blade Shield for even more defense, and then finally Pestilent Decay, which will add a little bit of a mortis effect to everyone around him while he's in melee. His red line is, of course, your red line. Rot Eaters is showing up. I think the Rot Knights in here as well. It will show the units, even though they're not quite. See exactly which skills will be buffing up all the new units. Chaos Spawn Plague Toads, Plague Ogres going in for nauseating mutations. Bubonic Buzzers is your drones and flyers, and then Felt Incarnate. And then the kind of the unique skills your Nurgle Lords have is Blight Swarm. Be Kind Tooltip, which will have an activated Chain Hex, 4 uses of that'll drop melee defense by 20, just weakening your foe's ability to hold the line against your own. We got Terminal Infection, Cankerous Spread, Airborne Agues, and then Putrid Resistance. 5% ward save for all your big baddies at the end, followed by Virulent Contagion, which will be dropping enemies' melee defense by 40, but you only get 2 uses instead of 4. Alright then, onward to glory. We could grab, I guess, 1 additional use of some Nurglings too. So we're going to recruit them either way. Actually, I have another plan in mind. We'll voice it in a moment. For now, we will throw down with Adamantus. Let the toads and beasts be with us. If you encounter armies with new DLC units, can you fight the battle, or do you have to auto-resolve it? No, we are actually allowed to show off enemy or the DLC units as long as it's in a battle against them and not playing as them. So we absolutely can fight them, no problem. And I did receive clarification yesterday that the Demon Slayer that you get through the Grudge mechanic, where you get to the max tier and you summons in a Grudge Settler army, we could have showed him off as well, just fine. So there's no issues there. We would never have had any problems. The DLC unit that we got through Confederation, though, I think we did need to kick on out. So I'm glad we did that. Say Papa's lore. We'll go ahead and start deployment, and for this first battle, man, we're even going to have to go up a hill on them? Okay, well, what if we choose to fight differently? We could go up and around here, but they'll just fall back and we'd be running through the woods with our toads a little bit more slowly, so we'll go Nurglings up front. If anyone's got to go down, it's going to be them. We'll do Plague Bearers on this side, and I have all my beasties up here. We'll show off the units before we charge on in, but I'll get everyone set up initially. So go the units that are not weakened, then just right behind them. That way we get maximum charge bonus with Able. Toads are very good at smashing into lines, but once they're there, they start taking damage pretty quickly. Since you're healing, this big beast you'll have regeneration. We'll put it over here with them to help smash through. And then I'm going to go for... Our Exalted Plague Bearers actually have more health and armor than the others. And they will absorb blue fire and pink fire better than pretty much any other unit we have here. We're going to bunch them up a little bit more. I learned kind of the best way to fight with Nurgle is always going to be a blob, but we can still make our blob less boring. If you spread out with Nurgle, their low leadership just takes effect and they start disintegrating away really quickly. You want to kind of fight like a Tyranid swarm, where you have your loci of leadership kind of spread about in your blob, and you have your important units swinging around to smash into the pack. See if we can't show it off, or if we get dumpstered here this first battle. We'll find out. All of the melee units up front here. I'll put the single entities together, and then the beasties. Alright. So the most important targets for us to shut down: Ink Horrors. I want to try to have the spawn fighting our Plague Beasts, but it may not work out if they end up with the Plague Bearers. That should also be just fine. Furies are going to be our charge, or the charge of our Rotflies. Blue Horrors, we can just get into brawls with the Nurgling, should be able to handle them. Let it begin. We'll just waddle our way up this side. They're not going to come over towards us since we attacked them, and they have all of the range advantage. We'll send our peeps up on the sides here, make them worried about both angles. The buzz of the flies. Oh yeah, we forgot to show off the units, didn't we? We'll do it in slow-mo here as they march into battle. But your disgusting Rotflies. In lore, you're supposed to be able to hear the drone of these guys from a very long way away, and it's part of the debilitating effect that they have. And my favorite overall Nurgle unit before the DLC comes in, which is the Plague Toads. They may not be the best, but I just like them. Big, chunky toad boys. You've overscotched your Monsters Inc. character. More Plague Toads, and then let's get over here to Epidemius. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and make sure we're not getting charged by Zinch while we do shoot all these units off. Look at him. Nothing can distract Epidemius. He's still keeping tally. No plagues being spread yet, but he just kind of zigzags across the field. Fantastic. Our normal Plague Bears will have Nurglings popping out of all sorts of horrible places on them. It's out of his... I'm gonna say it's out of his gut. Otherwise, there's all sorts of questions that we don't want to ask there. Imagine fighting Nurgle as much like punching a very slimy rock. We've got one hanging on the side here. Probably look out for any cannonballs. They're taking after the ogres. Get our screen back up. Get us out of slow-mo. Battle going proper. Epidemius is actually very tanky. I'm going to send him forward first. And our other Plague Bearer as well. You guys come on up. We've got the pink horrors hidden in the middle here, which is a good idea. Except for Epidemius, we'll have them all kind of go a bit of an angle. Have you two walk. Epidemius goes straight into these blue horrors. I'm going to use good old Miasma of Pestilence to weaken spawn. I want them to focus on the other units before I send in things like the drones. Alright, blue fire away. In. Ooh, that was extremely painful. Impressive. Plague Bearer's head on in. Epidemius getting shot up a bit, but that's just fine. He can absorb it, no problem. I will throw the Exalted Plague Bearers. As soon as those Zangors go by, that's when they're coming in. Then I guess we're going to weaken those Zangors, since they made it in first. Big blob. Finish off this first group. Everyone else is staying back. Interesting. Well, let's go get these Furies. Stop the pink horrors. We'll have them go around these spears here is the plan. Juke them out. Get in here quick, though. Back over with Epidemius. We've got the Exalted Plague Bearers did an excellent job holding the line. I'm going to have the Nurglings actually fall back and let the Plague Bearers move in. We'll let the Nurglings circle around and get them again a second time. We need to deal with the horrors first. We'll try to charge through these blues. The beast can actually deal with these spearmen, no problem. Regenerate through all its nonsense. Come on. Cycle out, legions. There we are. Let's have Epidemius try to move through and get into a duel with the Herald. Keep casting spells. We have no one really here that's that much of a threat. We can see these pink horrors actually have the most melee attack. Alright, back in to scare them off. Epidemius, you and your hero come up to duel with Amadeus. Dance of Doom. Back to the garden with you. The unholy sauna awaits. Alright, let's get everyone to charge through these spears here. They are but simple marauders. Everyone else's boards, we'll send them straight on in now. And these drones can go after these Zangors. That was clinical. Those are having a great time. Apologies if I missed your message there, Kaiser. While I'm in these battles, I always zone in extra hard, so shout at me if you want something. Taking a little bit of fire damage here. Spearmen are just not wanting to fizzle away. We haven't taken really any damage back, but first the slug here. Owen's dance around. We could keep cycle charging them in, but this is working just fine. Those Zeech spears are a little bit too small. Owen's Frolic. The enemy Herald flees, although he keeps blasting fire. You clown, quit it. Who has the better game share, Kugath or Epidemius? I would say Kugath, because he's got a whole gigantic reclining chair made out of a porta potty. This guy's just got some stacked up boards carried by Nurglings. While it is cooler than most people's chairs, it is not greater than Kugath's. Takes them forever to round up the last few lads, but we're still gonna let them do it because we need the infections. It also will continue to allow our Beast of Nurgle to heal. Little by little. They did actually add this lovely little healing power. So you've got how much regeneration is going on, as well as how strong it is. So if there's any skills or anything else that's increasing that, you'll actually see it. Really good change. Only losing 23, though, in that first battle, and not a single one of our full units, though. It's going to really help out for our fight against Malice in the long run. Alright, so we will go ahead and incubate these captives, as we're not actually able to show off any of the plague cauldron and nonsense until we actually do get 200 of them under our belts. You start off with 200 of your own, simply that way you have the ability to put in a military building. They don't want you to start off and have no way to start that cycle, so we will get one in pretty soon here, because we're going to want all of the extra plague bearers, since Epidemius is going to be buffing them up. That mission was successful, getting us a few more infections and some more favor. You just missed the first battle. No, there will be plenty more. Welcome in, just yes. Glad you can make it. Next, we're going to go ahead and grab the Inspiring Presence and Route Marcher right off the bat for Epidemius. And then, man, you can drop upkeep so quickly. But I'm going to start working our way through his actual yellow line to get the Outbreak and over to the Pestilent Decay as quickly as we can. And then we'll come on down to the bottom here and get his extra replenishment rate and growth. Replenishment rate is always what you want with Nurgle, but I want to show off all of his extra, or his unique skills. How is this new lord? I didn't look things up for him. He is great. He is basically just a herald, but the angriest herald around, and as he is tallying up more plagues or fighting against enemies with plagues, often he's going to get different buffs for himself and his whole army, or for his whole faction even. But he's all about the plague bearers, and I guess just spreading those plagues. And he can even summon in units of Exalted Plague Bearers that we can eventually upgrade to not fizzling away to nothing, which is really cool. We're going to replenish troops down here with Bleberk. And get moving towards the Tower of Flies. We need to wipe out the Tzeentch faction as quickly as we can. And then our choice is either to deal with Kevin the Demon Prince over here, or we have to deal with Malice. We can immediately, though, offer to join Malice's war with this other Tzeentch faction, which will keep him off our back for a bit, as well as netting us some gold. We could get a non-aggression pact with him as well, but I am not going to. We do want to wipe out Malice. He's one of our short victory conditions. We'll take this, though, join his war to stop him attacking us.
I do not fail.
I do not fail. And then we can do the same with the Legion of Chaos, although they're already fighting. These are going to be our first rivals, Hillcroth Trolltooth. Sorry, Yuri, you were resurrected with a unfortunate name. We will also sign some treaties with Rog, though. I think he can be our first vassal, the Troll King. Good. He's about to confederate the Aceling. We will go ahead and join his war with them as well, but he just bonks their chieftain on the head and then subsumes them into his tribe immediately. We'll join his war for some gold. Epidemius, the negotiation master.
Chaos incarnate.
That's about all we're doing for the negotiation for now. We can then get ourselves a few more units. So let's go. We're going to get those units, and I'm also going to grab another Lord to follow Epidemius around, because having a Death Caster is extremely useful. I'm gonna get a Herald of Nurgle. We're gonna go all in on the demon theme. And we're gonna get one that is tough. More armor and melee defense will be great when throwing down with the Druki. Recruiting him in this turn means he should be able to reach. We'll go into March. We'll have to sprint our way over. He should be able to at least reach the Volcano's Heart for a bit more experience. We want to move all the way to the edge of our territory if we can see the borders here. I'm actually going to channel this first turn. Exactly. We're going to channel and we're going to grab in a couple more Nurglings, even though the Plague Bearers are boosted. Nurgling swarms are going to be our way to start here. That way, if I lose any of them, I'm not really so caring about it. Can go for Unholy Manifestations to allow Epidemius to refill some more replenishment rate for 2 turns, but then his campaign movement is disabled, so we will save this for when we really need some soldiers in a hurry. That's all for the first turn. Imagine if Throg loses that battle. Man, we're gonna get run over by the Aceling tribe, and if Malice loses too, it'd be the darkest timeline, right off the bat. Come on, Throg, don't let us down. I mean, I don't know, did he lose that battle? He definitely didn't. We'll go ahead and fix these camera settings up too, so we're not having to sprint on through. Or to slow down, that is. All of the clicks. And there we go. Alright, Wintertooth confederates Aceling, so he did manage to get that very quickly. And that was... You were very lucky, Throg. I don't think Wolfric starts that close to the enemy, one of the enemy leaders. You have to take the first 2 turns before you can stop him, usually, before you can confederate. That is why Throg becomes a death ball so quick. We will have Epidemius then switch to... I don't know if we can make it all the way over there in in-camp stance. The Tower of Flies is a weird distance away. So we'll sacrifice 1 turn of replenishment for the ability to take down the tower. Oh yeah, we can definitely come on with Grutzbummer. We've got an unfortunate name. Admiral Leech is actually still sitting in Blackrock. Usually he scoots his little self on over and sits next to the Bilious Cliffs and makes you worried about him. We'll name you Kevin the Slimy. There we go. Our Kevin for this campaign. Even though I also call that the Demon Prince, this is because our very first Demon Prince was named Kevin, so that's why the name has stuck with us since the very beginning. And turn. For a second I thought he might actually lost. Yeah, I did too. When they turn around and run like that, usually it's not a good sign. Alright, technology research fecundity, so now we've got the army ability that'll heal us as long as we've lost enough soldiers in the fight, or lost enough health in the fight. Epidemius will start off our brawl with the Tower of Flies. And Kevin can join. Surround. This one is one we can give to the auto-resolve because they're just a bunch of blue warriors. And we need to see just how mean it's going to be to our Nurgle faction. It's been awful to the Empire and the Dwarves. We're losing war wagons left and right. Let's see how it is with Nurgle. 4 whole toads, huh? That's not how you use them. We will loot and occupy. Gain us 10 infections. And now the Tower of Flies is under our control. We've got the Fungi of Defilement, which is the infection building, as well as giving us some more control. When we have growth more than 200 per turn, or with 5 population surplus, we'll gain more chances for plague spreading. That's a pretty good building. I don't want to max out on growth, don't I? Infections we do need, though, so we'll leave that in after much internal debate. Let's go Epidemic, Outburst, and then for Blaberk, Start working on his healing. We get Children of Nurgle, and then Rancid Visitations for dealing with Malice. Oh, you proved me right. What are you doing? Go away. Look at this black art. Every single time he comes and parks it right out of the Bilious Cliffs. Go away. Want to just get more cults? Kind of do, but we need growth and control to start. Plague God's Nursery it is. We're gonna stay down here in the army tree. It's gonna take 7 turns. We are not gonna stay down here in the army tree. I think we're gonna want Pestiferous Life to gain more casualties captured, and then we'll come back down to the army tree and get the Children of Nurgle to get that extra mass and extra charge defense. Then we'll start working back on the faction side. Wish Kevin had some love too. He's such a cool idea, bummed by not such a great execution. Yeah, I'm hoping he gets a little bit of a small rework at some point. I think the idea is great. They just need to change kind of the effects on a lot of those mutations, because they just don't seem strong enough for what you're trading off with losing a whole technology tree. So you need those mutations to really matter, which they don't at the moment. So Epidemius, I think, will now give you... These plague bearers are really going to hurt our economy, but we need them. Welcome to the team. I think we'll just take the extra Nurglings too. We'll just take all the troops we've got. Beat the gold out of the volcano's heart. Noisome Tumor is such an unfortunate name. That's actually the wake-up call for Epidemius. They bang on the tumors in the hillside like bass drums. Super customizable lord, but you get locked out of options once you pick a path. Well, the idea is still that currently where you have the super customizable lord, but I think it needs to matter more. Like they need to lean even more into each identity. I couldn't off the top of my head here tell you what that means, but leading further into the identity of each of the dark gods, so you don't feel as punished by picking one. So it's more like a different campaign each time, unless like oh, I have to choose these units or these units or these units, or all of the units, but have slightly weaker overall units in general. Kind of an interesting idea, but just leaning more into each of the identities. We will simply leave Occupy here. We will repair the Volcano's Heart. I'm thinking that the Demon Prince should be quick to take the Crystal Spires. We could go for an entirely different idea, since we have declared war on Malice's enemies and we're improving.
My audience?
He still hasn't dealt with Broken Wheel, so if we move quickly, he's not going to come over to fight us until they're gone. They have a greater... greater Exalted Lord of Change leading their army, so he's not going to be an easy takedown. Slime Trail, so 15-meter radius, so as long as we're dueling 5 less attack and 10 less speed, that sounds good to me. Didn't need to waste it on Hate's Zinch, but I was tempted to. We're about to fight the Demon Prince. Let's grab Rancid Visitations now to help snipe his lords, and then Spirit Leech on Kevin. Again, to help snipe those lords and heroes. Healing on Epidemius sounds perfect. I think he's not quite as good of a duelist as the Demon Prince, but only barely. Got the growth, not the gold for the Nurgle Hollow here at the Tower of Flies, so that's what I'll save for. Start the cycling of the military buildings here. Plague Flesh Poppies, we just have to make sure we don't lose the settlement. Let's do it. We need some troops. Yeah, it hurts me a little bit, but we need some troops. Right. Oh, wait a second. Oh, hang on. Now we just discovered a cheese. So if you come on in and you grab one of these buildings and then you immediately disband it, it's like you're regaining 200 infections and then it immediately unlocks your plague cauldron. There's no way that's supposed to be a thing. The Tally of Pestilence, it is basically as you spread more plagues out, so 1 to 4 will give you these buffs. You can bop a unit on the forehead with Epidemius and turn them into Nurglings once they drop below 10% health, kind of like Morgar is able to. It'll also drop the leadership of anyone that has a plague. It has to be non-Nurgle, but as you keep getting more and more plagues out, that becomes even more crazy until you can eventually summon in a Great Unclean One. And your enemies will be taking damage as they're in melee, and you can summon in more Exalted Plague Bearers with Epidemius. Really, really cool stuff. So as plagues start spreading, we'll get stronger and stronger. So instead of getting that military building, now that I've unlocked our plagues, we're going to do this right away. So let's go, and this is the new plague menu here. So before, we just had the symptoms that you would basically unlock. There was a whole bunch of locked symptoms, and you had your beginner ones. Now you've got this kind of web. You've got the area in the center on your very first plague is unlocked, and as you select symptoms to add, they're all going to cost 200 to create a plague, and you're always going to be getting 3 symptoms. You can then also modify your plague for whatever the cost says here, so 50 per. Each time we would tick up on this, which is going to increase the spread, it's going to increase the cost by 50. So any of those that you want to do, which increasing how long the plague lasts, or dropping how long the enemy can be immune to that plague. This thing here is showing a Blessed Plague, so if you see any horrible tumors pulsating off the side, that just means it's got empowered effects. So we are absolutely going for the Blessed Symptom. I think we are. Yes, we're going to grab the Blessed Symptom, and then we're going to grab the extra Nurgle Corruption, so we can spread that over to Kevin's lands. Then we have to select a target, where we can go around the map, and you basically either pick a settlement to send it to, or you can infect one of your armies. So if you see a flag, that's an army, and I believe this is doing the same thing. So it's basically selecting Epidemius there. The plague cultists will be coming from the volcano's heart and then traveling to Epidemius. So you can kind of set up waypoints for your plague cultists as well. We are just going to go ahead and drop the plague. Even though we're increasing growth, hopefully we can spread this back to Epidemius. We're going to drop it. We're going to spread it on over to where Kevin is. We're going to be claiming his lands anyway. We have 329 infections, so we could increase the spread chance. Or we could just make it last longer. I think we'll just make it last longer. 300. 5 turns, and it could spread at a normal amount. This will help us get us some growth up. Summon this cultist. Instead of going to Epidemius, summon the cultist here. And like that, the pustules pop, and we've got ourselves a plague. 2 hardcore effects. Get on your way. We'll keep you in friendly territory for a turn, because I think you do pass out Nurgle Corruption. Well, here you are, Hellcroft. Troll Tooth. That will bring you the plague as soon as you take down the Crystal Spires here. You move past Kevin, keep channeling. We'll have to trust that Malice isn't going to peace out with his Zinch faction. That would be pretty hilarious. Yep, you can absolutely spend more infections to increase the spread. It is pretty awesome for the spread chance. We're going to go for how long it lasts this time, simply because these Nurglings are going to be a good idea, but we'll hold off for a turn. I want it to last longer. We can get some growth going in these 2 provinces and maybe hopefully spread it out. We don't want to drop our plagues on our own faction. That's something I kind of did a mistake by making this more of a positive plague than normal. With Kugath, you want to make a lot of positive plagues. Epidemius, send them out to the bad guys. Oh yeah, CA is done. This is just Epidemius alone is better than all 3, I would say, of the Shadows of Change campaigns. That's not knocking Shadows of Change, but this is a lot better work. A pestiferous life when the flesh can bear no more lesions, the spirit seeks release. So endless is Nurgle's love that he does not permit this misguided folly. there are always more gifts to bestow. 10% magic item drop chance, and 10% more casualties. Captured post-battle. Hello, Hellcroft. Would you like a plague?
I shall sow pestilence.
And as soon as this is now out, we'll gain 1 to our tally, increasing our research rate and giving us Father's blessing. And then anyone who has a plague will then have less leadership, and will have regeneration while fighting them. Yes, we're gonna come right after Hellcroft. He's taking attrition because he's enduring a Nurgle plague. You poor fool. Here's what we'll do. Ambush. Kevin, you stand here. I'm going to declare war on your clown self. There's a chance that they decide to go after this settlement, though, isn't there? Before I do declare war on your clown self, let's make sure... The Tower of Flies is recovering slowly, so we're not going to do that yet. That would be a mistake. We will instead just channel and come all the way into the edge of this territory here, which we should be able to reach next turn, no problem. We won't kick that Hornet's Nest yet, but we will strike out after them here next turn. Let's come on into military and go for a Monstrous Abundance down to Children of Nurgle for more unit mass and expert charge defense. I don't have to worry about doing any of my micro. If they're standing still, they are blocking melee hits. I'd also love to get more income here with the Microbial Bog. Perfect. Onward to beating Daniel, / Kevin, / Hellcroft. The brown note, how lovely. The droning of Nurgle's plague bearers is feared across the land, for all know it heralds lingering, fever-racked death. However, an unusually enterprising Taliban drift from their usual monotone to chant their chilling dirge in a hitherto unheard frequency, one which immediately loosens the bowels of all for miles around, and drops their control. I mean, you would assume it would. You'd have a hard time holding your blade. Raise Nurgle corruption or doing anything else to 70. We'll get 200 infections and 1500 favor. Our main province should be. I'm gonna go punch Malice in the face after I take it over Kevin, right? Yes, absolutely. He's still brawling with the Tzeentch faction, though, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to deal with Kevin now, because Kevin gets insane as he becomes stronger. Same thing with Malice, but they did a good job of reworking him, where he's actually pretty tough now. Can't quite reach. So what we'll do is just keep channeling. We'll be outnumbered, but that'll be alright. I'm thinking that we're going to get attacked by Vorkane down at the Tower of Flies, so we'll be trading settlements here. I think that's alright. It's not quite the mutual destruction they think it is. Still not going to tell Legion of Chaos what's happening. We're just going to trespass in their lands and act like everything's fine. Don't worry about it, bro. It's just a prank. It'd be cool if we could have a regiment of renowned Empire Knights riding mechanical horses, but sadly no. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not down the line at some point. Join me on Ruination's path, but it indeed would have been cool. They maybe not Empire Knights, but like a group of engineers. It's like Outriders that are the engineer corps. No. Alright, that mission is successful already, giving us more infections, which we're going to send down here to Vorkane. I can't wait. So we'll give you the attrition. We'll give us the melee defense. Income for building sounds good. And this will randomly, will start randomizing after you unlock too many, so every now and again, I don't know the exact number of turns it takes, but this plague screen will refresh every now and again. Look at these three, dropping armor, dropping melee defense, and making them take attrition. Summon them in at, Kevin. You won't spit any infections to make it worse, because I do want to be able to use more plagues later on. Vashnar, onward to causing some more issues.
They will wail and suffer.
A little bit of a curse if I moved too far, so I can't move on Vorkane with Epidemius, even though I'd like to. And Kevin is turned around. Is he fighting someone else? Nobody's missing. It's always a good sign. Let's move on. So sad I moved a little bit too far. We'll hit the Crystal Spires then. Board is worthless. We'll find out, won't we? Oh, you dedicated this to Nurgle. I am flattered. Won't save you, but I'm flattered. I can finally see Epidemius on the battlefield. Indeed you can. Kevin's going to continue to keep channeling up because once you hit a certain threshold, you gain more movement range and melee defense, both of which are fantastic. Probably the only reason we weren't able to actually reach that settlement this turn. Onward to glory. In grandfather's name. Since he did dedicate this to Nurgle, the towers are probably going to be pretty mean. The Nurgle's towers always seem to pack much more of a punch than some of the others. Them and Slaanesh both. Alright, where's the best place to punch on through? Since our other Herald is coming in from here, we probably just want to stay close by as we can actually help. Starts with the Exalted Plague Bearers. Yes, he absolutely does. He gets his own unit of Exalted Plague Bearers, and he can summon them in himself. So, for who didn't see Epidemius the first battle, here he is in all of his glory. Got him some feet that these don't look like they work anymore. You fool me. Delivers you a roundhouse kick. All his Nurglings, this one's in charge of giving him his blade, of course, and all of the skulls. Excellent stuff. Now, we move to tear apart these heretic Nurglings. So we'll probably just want Epidemius up front. He is so tanky that it's not really going to matter. I will go Taliban across the front, as they are also tankier than our Nurglings. Nurglings are good at being a tar pit, but not good at being anything else. Exalted Boys, Regenerative Beasties, and then our Plague Drones to harass those on the wall. Epidemius' model is great. I will admit to being I was a little bit concerned when they first announced him, because since he is just a Herald, but he looks actually pretty unique compared to others. Which is, I would say, a pretty good feat for Nurgle. Alright, everyone's in position. We breach the walls. Slowly. Get you move in and knock down those gates. Who they have up on the walls themselves? Are those the Plague Bearers? We're not going to want to mess with them. Oh, it's Zeech Towers. Well, that's horrifying. Doesn't look to actually do magical damage, so it's not as scary as it could be. It sounds very magical, though. Alright, Flies, your job is going to be come over the top. Since they have no missile troops, we can go find their isolated units and deal with them. This isn't SFO, so Nurglings shouldn't have any extra bonus versus large. Bring these toads in for whenever the gates are open. Keep moving. They're slow themselves. We'll just come all around wide so they can't actually keep shooting us with their tower troops. We're not going to climb up the ladders ourselves because it'll weaken our lads' vigor. We don't want that. You don't think we're able to summon the Tallymen on the other side of the wall? No. It's all part of Ziege's plan. Shoot the magical-looking projectiles that deal no magic damage. That does sound like it. Well, these guys are taking quite a bit of damage, so it might. It doesn't say so on the tower itself. You need to come wide. Those Nurglings are ruining the day. In the hierarchy of life in the garden, I'm thinking that the drones are probably up near the top. Nurglings are definitely not. Siege daggers are having quite a bit of trouble getting through those gates. Here's what we'll do. We'll take some walls. Then we'll set up our grenade drones and try to get kind of an angled shot upon these guys. Here comes our Death Priest. We'll bring him on in. They're not really sitting anything back to just protect their Nurglings who are getting annihilated. As soon as they start disintegrating, we'll actually pull them away now so these guys don't catch them. It belongs to Nurgle now. Right, stand up top. You guys get ready to fight. Exalted lads, drop it in the Death's Heads. We'll have you guys circle and just jump this tower as soon as it's here. Slow and steady. Have you go ahead and Miasma of Pestilence these guys, dropping their melee attack. We'll swarm this group of Plague Bearers with our own. Are these the enemy lord? These Nurglings here? Whatever, get some damage. You're gonna rue the day as soon as we're through these gates. Don't you worry. That change of mind, we'll cycle back around and hit these guys. All part of the plan. Since you guys are so far forward, you keep hitting them and we'll try to pull our unit away. Interesting strategy. We'll send the Exalteds, I guess, up top as well. They're gonna keep attacking. They're not on guard mode, so that'd be why. I'm just thinking, I'm in conflict every time I watch a Chaos campaign. Chaos is evil, but I still want to watch people make allies. It's a duality I have for loving Chaos. True. We will try our best to make allies with at least the Nurgle factions. And I think Khorne sometimes tolerates Nurgle's presence. Alright, drones. Let's get up to the top and attack the towers now. So we're not taking any extra damage from that. Alright, through the gates. Epidemius in. Everyone else in. Nurglings. The Outburst. You actually come on in and duel with these toads if you can. We'll let the toads get into combat. And then they can't both hit the same guy, so you go after them. You hit the towers. That'll work. That'll work. Burn and fire on these toads. Let the other Exalteds come down and start fighting toads where we can. Doom and Darkness. Really is not very useful. Just go ahead and Spear Leech. And Weaken. And Visitations. Bad day to be a Plague Toad. They're draining away pretty quickly, aren't they? You move up and duel with these Plague Bearers next. Epidemius is a fantastic tank. You guys are struggling aggressively with this tower, aren't you? Please don't lose any drones. That'd be goofy. As one of them just falls. Alright, toads. Left you out of it for long enough. And bring the drones over here as well since we've lost more than we need to. Let our foot soldiers hold this from here. Nurglings, come on in. Most of our units aren't doing anything. Bunch of toads. Exalted boys, you come on down and help with these Nurglings. towers are still focusing our rotflies, which will just get behind everyone else. No problem. Go ahead and lay down. Curved blade already taken quite the toll. Lucky the plague bearers are still keeping count. Dropping down the spells. We'll go Spirit Leech on these guys. Our blob is getting caught up in the door frame, looks like. Nurglings, you deal here. These plague bearers, you come on around. Drones, come on, actually have to help. That'd be a nice flank. Even though they knock off the walls too, we'll pretty much insta-die. So we'll save for the healing. Come on, Plague Toads. Force your way through the mass. That goes our Exalted Plague Bearers we summoned in. What does an explosion do? Like, it does have a useful effect? Yeah, it's mostly for getting you away from the enemies. Since it drops the enemy's speed by 80%, you can explode the unit and then try to run away. And excellent. We'll take it. Nurgle versus Nurgle. Even though apparently there was a corn dog watching from on high. Do you think we might get in later in 2024, early 2025 because of the INDB Tigermen? Also Koresh in late 2025, early 2026. I think they do make the most in terms of return when they do make full race packs. The Chaos Dwarves is a pretty good indicator of that. Same thing with the Tomb Kings. Anytime they do make one of their whole brand new races a pack, they do tend to put a ton of work into it, and it brings in a lot of fan base. Ind and Koresh, I think both would be a very good idea. Whether or not they're going to do it, we'll see. We did see that they are looking at, if the Great Book of Grudges video, they are looking at hiring people for doing the acrobatics work, or probably combat animations for the Tigermen. So that would be a good indication that they're at least on the way. When? We don't know. Like your time frame, it's probably pretty spot on though. I'm going to go ahead and just occupy this as is. We would get some infections, but I want to try to keep the settlement intact. So now the decision for Vorkane is attack the Tower of Flies, which is probably a pretty good idea. Or try to defend her lands. For Epidemius, we will go with hard to hit, moving down his melee line. Let's go Children of Nurgle for any spell we cast, healing our lines itself, and same thing with Life Leeching here. His spells will be recharging how much magic we have. Featherfoe Torque will actually be great for any kind of Furies. They tend to like to go after your spellcasters. Leaving Kevin on this side I think is also a very good idea, because it'll convince her to come up and attack. Yoy. I don't want to recruit another lord over there. Not even a little bit. We'll save and upgrade the Force of Decay. It takes 3, huh? It's gonna be a while. Ilias Cliffs are very close to Malice, who is now definitely not setting up for an invasion.
Feel my power.
What is going on here?
Noble born.
Go fight Tzeentch, you clown. Let's save some gold for a turn then. As much as it kind of hurts to do so. They may just be over there to be edgy and try to intimidate us, which would make sense for Dark Elves. Alright, Monstrous Abundance, so more recruit rank for our infantry, as well as 10% more speed. So what are we up to? 37 on our Nurglings, and 30 on our Plague Bearers. We actually move faster than the Dwarves now. Where did Kevin go? Did he get wiped out by Ornate faction?
finding more symptoms.
Come on down. Vorkane's here. I mean, if he attacks the Crystal Spires and we take it back from him, so be it. We haven't built up anything here, so we'll just let that be. In fact, what I'll do is take out the Fungi of Defilement, because I don't care about building up infections. We'll try to get the gold from it. Let's bring Epidemius down in ambush. Want to make sure I can actually reach Vorkane, though. Let's keep channeling. There's kind of plans of Koresh of GW of a Snakemen model in Blood Bowl. That is also true. I think the Snakemen was at least... They like to keep the door open, at least cracked on projects. That way they can go back and revisit it if they want. Why would you do this? Admiral Leech, leave. Go post up outside of Blackrock. Oh, we'll jump in and upgrade the Tower of Flies then now, since they have no way of actually getting over here to us. Not in one turn. Looks like she's been forced to disband some of her units. Only in dreams. Oh, I see the tally has gone on up to 2. Because we made it happen last time, didn't we? There's no spreading happening, which is a bit sad. Saving the best faction till last, I see. Yes, the most lethargic faction will be on Friday. Welcome on in, I love cheesecake. Good to have you. GW's still not allowing us to have Zangors with wings and beaks. Yeah, that is also true. They like to have the... They would like to be... There's a kind of a weird dynamic there. Hellcroth is going to sit and replenish troops outside of the Crystal Spires. Or do we just let him have this and we go deal with his other faction leader? Let's do it. You can have the Crystal Spires. I will take your friend's life. Who's also building up Nurgle units. I appreciate you doing what you can to rep pop a Nurgle, but it's not going to save you. This is another one we'll give auto resolves. We can have a proper fight with Gross. We can have a proper fight with Kevin. We might be at a never again moment for auto resolve once again. Steal what we can from Kevin. And have our own come on in and oh, you can gain infections twice. Don't mind if I do. Ruined building. Yeah, I think we definitely made sure that this building is not doing great. Repair both of those. Kevin, can you get any troops? One needed of Nurglings is not going to be worth it. I don't understand how GW wants to keep Fantasy and AOS separate, despite the fact that AOS is literally what happens after the end times. Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. There should be probably a few more light nudges to the old world, especially since it's been AOS has basically been remade in its image. Ever so it's a little bit different. I don't know the lore enough to actually speak on it, but I know that it's definitely what comes after, and it's still a lot of the same characters are in it, just changed a little bit from their experience dying and all. Let's go with alright, presence on Kevin, so he has a little bit of experience. Trickle as well. Exactly. And then to actually make sure we can reach Crystal Spires next turn, he has no way of going past it. So what we'll do, we'll go up into March. Make sure we're not in the Crystal Spires, so we're still able to replenish here next turn. But I still want to be able to attack it too. Finish off Kevin here, and then we can maybe make buddies with his Cornate faction, unless they get wiped out by Boris. In which case, this Kevin needs to sit here and build up an army. And Nurgle's kind of one of those strange ones where you do want to build up all of your minor settlements as well, because they help out with growth quite a bit. And Nurgle Corruption is what we're really trying to boost up to 100, because that helps out our growth is directly tied to. At least it used to be. Maybe not anymore. So this is just plague spreading, recruitment health, recruitment cost, which is huge, and extra control, and then corruption. It has been changed a little bit. It's not directly tied to growth anymore. Interesting. Yeah, we'll go ahead and upgrade here the Bilious Cliffs. That'll allow us to get in more money-making buildings. Fires is about to get taken. And we can go for, let's say, just Foster Colts here. Ooh, chance of Plague spreading sounds good. Does Boris ever survive? After the update to Shadows of Change, yes, he absolutely does. Boris is terrifying. If they didn't have so many flyers, we could absolutely hold this, but we're not going to. Oh, hello, Zinch. You gonna stand in our way as well? Also, I'm not sure, CA can't use the old world related materials because Warhammer Old World, Warhammer Fantasy are kind of separate IPs but share the same universe. That is also true. There's likely some weirdness there because of the fact that Old World isn't technically Warhammer Fantasy. I think everything's going to still end the exact same way from what they've said, but it's still going to be slightly modified, but the same end times is still going to happen. The world's still going to blow up. Layer of Mortality. Nurgle is to gain supremacy across the realm. His most important heralds must work tirelessly to perpetuate this cycle of life and death. Leading by example, Epidemius brooks no idleness or distraction from such serious matters, endlessly taking his plagued cavalcade to wherever wars can be waged and victims can be made, all the while irritably scratching his little quill, or his quill, to keep his records up to date. Add some extra flair to it. Purveyor of Mortality is his unique blade, giving us some extra Nurgle corruption, 10% more weapon strength, 15 bonus for his infantry, and then 10% more resistance. Settlement Laws, Broken Wheel destroyed, which means now Malice is going to have himself a new target to pick, which will likely be us.
That's the true fascination.
So we'll fight both these battles here unless Ninth decides to run.
Let us introduce ourselves.
Oh good, I was wondering if you were going to be at it today. So I can shelve the Dakari campaign for one more afternoon. Yes, join us for Nurgle. We insist. Even though I don't want to fight this one, we're going to, because I don't trust Blue Horrors and auto-resolve. Yeah. Hello, Cameron. I feel like Nurgle and Epidemius would actually benefit from the ability to send plagues to a random target, probably for a greater cost and cooldown. So you just deploy a cultist randomly out in the world? See that being an idea. We'll have it manifest somewhere. I guess it would still be probably somewhere that where there is some Nurgle corruption, at least somewhere. That way a cultist could manifest, or a cult of some kind could manifest, but I think that'd be a good idea. Alright, start deployment. These are just a bunch of blues, but we're not going to underestimate them, because that's a lot of flames. Really gonna be a timing thing. We want the flies to hit them first, and then the toads to hit them second. And then all our single entities smash on in. We really don't want to use our Nurglings here, except for to sweep in from the sides. Maybe keep them distracted from over there. Nurglings just do not handle blue fire very well. Good spread. We'll have the drones going to the top. We'll have Epidemius probably summon his guys in a little bit sooner rather than later. Alright, that'll begin. Epidemius, you go get 9th Gyro Torzaka Zinc. And then everyone else go do the same. We'll find you some targets. It's gonna take them quite a while to get over there. We'll speed things up just a bit. Have these toads walk so they're not getting exploded. See a metal sorcerer? No, he's a siege sorcerer, so normal. Same as normal. Alright, main force, start moving up. Blue fire at our beast, that works for me just fine. Ooh, that hurt quite a bit. Alright, Epidemius, you are in range. Let's go ahead and chuck down the Tallyman's blades here. Hit the back line, and Nurglings go back as well. Toads are a little bit too slow here. Not exactly how I wanted it. Smash through that front line. torrent of blue fire on Epidemius. He'll be fine, but it's not going to feel good initially. Gonna dodge the second volley. We also have the heals from our potion. Rancid visitations of this clown. Oh, good grief, our poor flies. The damage. They just turned and fired with the secondary group of horrors. That is a good idea. Those are in now, though. So that horrible initial volley is no more. Toads come through. Well, we might end up losing these flies here. Let's get them over the top of, because their leadership drops, and then all 12 of them die. It's quite hilarious. In the worst way. Drop your melee attack, which will also heal everyone around us. And we'll bring in you lot. Guard, lock, and just charge them in. Hopefully, if Old World gets more popular, CA might be able to start picking from it. I believe they absolutely will. If we see this survive that far into Old World's life cycle, we absolutely will. Because they've been bringing in some AOS models, even into this game, so they clearly are capable and willing to do it, but just not all the time. Expectations on your clown self. That still got scary. We didn't lose any models though, so these rotflies will be back to full health here as soon as the battle's over, but man, if their leadership drops, they start to fall out of the sky quickly. Fire in general is just bad for those little ones. Remember how Imric deleted 4 of them in a single breath spell? Oh, I do. We don't need to talk about that. We were getting ready to assault that stronghold, and he just flew on in. And then there were no more Nurglings. It was weird. Alright, 3 lost, we'll take it. As long as it's not 3 of our Rotflies. We'll need all of them we have to deal with Hog, Rolf, Trolltooth. I also love the new My Travels with GoTrek entries we get pretty much in all of our different load screens now. It's definitely going to add a good bit of fun reading through. My computer takes some time sometimes with our loading screens. I am the monument of all your sins, the Grave Mind. Soon. Especially if we can link up with Kugath, because he tends to not get... While he's never really ever gets wiped out, he tends to get diminished down to about nothing by the time most of our campaigns end. We'll grab the extra incubations here. Stay on our way there, 9th.
Epidemius.
Don't think we'd be able to hit Hellcroft then. You can stay here. He'll likely charge into us next turn. Ooh, a valiant defeat. Here's what we'll do. Set up the battering ram and the siege towers. They'll actually allow us to get through. Siege towers what we need more. We'll set up for a turn. We need to move quickly to cycle back over to Malice here. Taking more time with Demon Prince than I wanted to. Let's go. Armor for Epidemius.
Let us introduce ourselves.
Curse of the Leper could be decent. Melee Reflection just never seems to work as well as I want it to. So let's upgrade Rancid Visitations to help snipe Hellcroft and any of his heroes he might have. Nope, no heroes, so just himself. 7,000 health will go away pretty quickly to Rancid Visitations. Not under any threat from this direction, so we can have Kevin sprint on up back towards the Tower of Flies and get ready for the Druki assault. We need to get some military buildings in quite soon. All we're going to be rolling with for now is going to be mostly ROR guys. Your next turn at tier 10. Thanks, we're almost there. So one fight against Hellcroft should do it. Blessings of Nurgle, extra chance for plagues to spread in the local province. But then we wouldn't be able to move. And that counts for besieging too. Even if you're besieging, you aren't able to initiate the battle until that's up, so we won't go for that. I think a non-aggression pact with Bloody Sword would make us enemies with Boris, and he's about to win. And nothing to do then, but to watch Malice approach. Kind of what I expected. He came out to fight. Bring your garrison. We care not. So we want double toads on these seekers. We want single group on these cornhounds, and that should deal with all those fast movers, and then we can kind of have our infantry just sit in for the long haul. Sour guts are going to be an issue because they will explode when they are felled, so we want them to be fighting a single entity if we can help it. Alright. Start our deployment, and I think we want to try to brawl up here by this hillside, so... let's go Nurglings up front. Help us take the area a little bit better. We're going to go with Plague Bearers in a bit of a box formation. So we'll have 2 Plague Bearers up front. Exalted guys right in the middle. Get this pine as well. I'll have them clumped up a little bit more so they can kind of build up enemy stacks, if we can help it. No spellcasters is going to be pretty useful for us too. So Beast of Nurgle, Epidemius. Our toads will hang out wherever they want, the toads. Drones up top here. Duel with the enemy drones, and then if their Demon Prince wants to brawl, we can have them fly back to friendly lines and drop down out of flying and into a fight with Epidemius. Single entities, Nurglings, Normies, and then the beasts. Split up my drones. Alright, so we'll take this hillside then if you don't want it. Thank you kindly. We'll just take this. Don't you worry about it. Toads. Looks like a juicy amount of seekers to smush. Also got a unit of Nurgle Furies to deal with. Alright, yeah, let's get them. You can reach them with some Nurgle spells. That'd be awesome. Weaken that melee attack. And that will end that seeker group very quickly. Can't wait for the full DLC to be out so we can finally enjoy the new units. Well, I agree. Cheesecake depends, like if say, oh, you're gonna... it's a discussion amongst yourselves. Fall back. Don't want to take a lot of damage from the blue fire if we can help it. The Seekers managed to escape, really. Alright, turn everyone. Go ahead and crush these Seekers of Slanesh real quick. Epidemius, you follow around the Demon Prince. Flyers, come on up. Interesting strategy. Toads, you get in there. Epidemius, let's go ahead and move in on Enemy Lord. Fall back, everyone. Maybe the bees can be up front. All the Nurglings need to fall back. Keep chucking. Let's slow him down, give him some health. Health. Exactly. Send in the blob. I managed to summon in our Nurglings. We'll send them right into these Bloodletters in the back line. Pink Horror is an issue, but we'll get to them after we've got with the enemy Flyers dealt with, so Furies get out and around. Let's get our Toads out too. Toads fall back, and let's let out their Plague Bearers deal with that. There we are. Epidemius is bullying Daniel. Go to the back, and we'll get the toads going round, smashing into the units in the back line there. They should be able to charge right through into those sour guts. They're not single entities, but it should be better than anyone else. Plague bearers come on through. Anyone who's not fighting, find someone to punch. Find someone to punch. And like that, Demon Prince has been dealt with. Exalted Plague Bearers are about to go the way of the dodo. We'll send in the other Exalteds up to deal with these Marauders. We lost a unit of... What did we lose? And we lost something. Drones are still flying around, and so are our toads, so it's none of our single entities. Get up and away here so these guys can just explode on their own. We don't have to worry about it. Heal up Epidemius, and that's a victory. Bring in the blob, have them smash. We'll have all of the normal plague bearers, though, come after these bloodletters on top, so they're not getting exploded by pink horrors. Rest in peace, Demon Prince. When it comes to IP, if GW doesn't have a strong iron grasp on it, I don't think they'll let it be used lightly. They do indeed have the most iron of iron grips on their IP, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it keeps bad characters from getting in and disrupting, like you kind of see with Star Wars current day and Star Trek and things like that. But it also does hurt them in certain instances too. Alright, after that victory, I'm going to jump up and run to the restroom and refill our water mug. I will be right on back. 52 losses sounds great. I just realized my my mic's been muted this whole time, hadn't it? Perfect. Well, I'm back either way. Comptroller is now under our control. Ungrim would make sense. He's a dwarf, long lifespan. Someone character long lifespan. It would appear like elven characters, like dwarves do die of old age, but it tends to take a very long time. Slayer of the God Slayer, so we get defeating the Demon Prince, gives us more diplomatic relations with Kislev, and less attrition suffered from all attrition, which is not terrible, but I guess it'll mean that Boris doesn't attack us right off the bat here. Now we need to win 10 battles with any one of our heroes embedded, which we have 7 of. Go ahead and finish these clowns off here. Not the best in terms of auto-resolve for how many of them that are left there, but whatever. We'll take the loot and occupy for a few more lovely infections. Hell, foster that. Man, if we can make friends with Boris, imagine Epidemius and Boris. A concerning alliance. And later Gestalten. Yeah, exactly. We will unite Kislev as Epidemius. Or not. Let's go for Thick-Skinned and Epidemic Outbreak. So now the explosion does double damage. And that's it. Luckily it doesn't affect friendly troops, which is a very good thing. As a magical, no armor piercing is still going to do a lot to Nurglings. So final point into Rancid Visitation, so it's nice and cheap. Pretty much my favorite hero zapping spell that Nurgle has, and if you do layer it up with Spirit Leech, heroes and lords do not like it very much. They tend to vacate the premises quite quickly. Let's go ahead and grab, I'd say, more gold. We'll let the Crystal Spires build up on its own. You can stay in March. We need you back over towards the Bilious Cliffs, I would say ASAP. Waiting a single turn for Nurgle Hollow to be upgraded to Tier 2. Same thing with Bilious Cliffs, we've got 2 turns. And then we'll go ahead and probably chuck in one of our military buildings, because we definitely need to start that cycling. We do not have enough troopers. But no plagues yet. We need soldiers. Here at the Plane of Illusions, we will also... I guess we can go for Foster Colts, more corruption, and then get some base infections going, which will change my plans as well. We're going to go ahead and pick out another number of plagues until new blessed symptoms and symptom locations. So it does tell you up here at the top. So a certain number of plagues you create will then reset the web, giving you a whole new one. Come from all buildings. I'm thinking of anything we're going to drop a angry plague down. But where at? Go attrition, speed loss, and ooh, Fleshy Abundance sounds great for her own lord. We just probably won't be able to make use of this since we're sending it over. I'm gonna send this over to Malice's area. Yeah, let's grab the Fleshy Abundance. Because Malice himself isn't a spellcaster, and his faction doesn't tend to recruit them. 1 plague, 2 plague. Exactly. Welcome, Count Skaven, man. Where is the best place to drop this plague? Probably over here in the Bilious Cliffs. I guess we could send him out and see if we could find one of those Cathayan caravans, but that's a tough one. We'll just drop in the cultist here at the cliffs. I don't want to use more to increase its spread chance, so it'll just be a normal one. I want to kind of keep our tally moving up. It will start diminishing as well as those plagues go away, but in the meantime, you can also use him as a spy. Malice has moved on. Who are you fighting now?
My audience.
The Ancestral Throng. This is a perfect opportunity. Let's move past Blackrock, and we'll have you drop off your plague here at the Cliff of Beasts. Should be more settlements nearby in the long run, so there should be one here, here, here. Should bounce around nicely. And I really want a Total War Warhammer 40k game. Don't know if it could be done, but that would be awesome. I absolutely think it could be done. It's one of those that is going to be very similar to this, where you've got gunpowder mixed with melee, mixed with all sorts of fun stuff. So it'll be very similar to this. It could definitely be done.
Bloodshed! Muted beast! Nurgle!
Especially with some of the mods we've seen coming on out for Warhammer 3, they're insanely well made. There's a Queek one that I think gives you a Queek in a Space Marine set of armor, more or less. Like, it can be done. We need no more heroes or lords, and actually the other change with Nurgle is you do not recruit your heroes the same way. You get them through your garrison buildings. The garrison building will give you access to the Exalted Hero of Nurgle as well as the Cultist. And then your Warpstone Locust, the Discovery building, will give you access to your Plague Ridden. A little bit different. Have you made any cool plagues with the new mechanics? And none that are super over the top just yet, sadly enough, but we will in time. Especially if we get some really cool Blessed symptoms, which will double up how strong they are. Kevin, you keep on moving. And eventually I'm going to give you these Nurglings, I just don't want to yet. Yeah, fine. Nurglings for you. Then... that's it. It's in the turn. Boris has just claimed the Howling Citadel. Which is not good for us. Which means our next fight is likely to be Boris. We have to leave Malice alone. He's fighting the Ancestral Throng though, so his armies are going to be flung very far and wide. Alright, Savage Blow. There's only one plague out about now, so we only have 10, but we still are gaining our buffs, but only the one. Bloody Sword is gone. We now have the Children of Nurgle from the Flymaster's oozing innards arise as a swarm of filth-caked insects, shrouding Nurgle's children with a buzzing, pestilent cloud. Disgusting. We will deal with 9th first, though. What are you doing here? Oh, apparently annihilating my Nurglings is what you're doing here. Fair enough. We need more infections to make more cool plagues, too. I think taking out Boris while he's a fledgling faction before he has Erskine is going to be extremely key. There's no telling what he has in his army right now. Start moving. Everybody annihilates Nurglings. Yeah, but you can still lose less. We have seen it happen. Hello, Boris. You are rolling with Kislevi Warriors, Zargard, a double up of Bear Riders, which is a nightmare for everyone. And are you already on Erskine? 2000 doesn't sound like Erskine. Oh yeah, no, he might be. You leveled up fast, didn't you, Boris? I still think we can handle him, though.
Good plan.
So what if we declare war? We're not going to go into his lands because they get all sorts of buffs for defending their motherland. We declare war and hide here in ambush. Try to bring him on in. Because we can use a weak lord to do that. We've already moved Epidemius a little bit too much for this turn, so we'll let him... I was a little bit more forward-thinking with it. Set up some traps for Boris. Toxic Spores. Or more gold. Oh, it should tell you, yeah, that is exactly right. He is riding around Erskine, yep. That's perfect. Well.
Not one more.
He's trading with Malachi. Oh, maybe if we're lucky, Throg looks to be bullying Malachi, but maybe we can get up here and have a fight with the Spirit of Grungni. Because I am allowed to show off fighting them, I just can't play as them myself, of course. And we do have all of the DLC deactivated, so there's none of those units showing on our Nurgle side. Stream of Corruption, let's go for his next set of skills.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's gonna be. We could probably win that one, but I'm not going for it. Let's stay here. If he chooses to attack us, so be it. We'll fight him on the field. Toxic spores here. Kevin coming up to the cliffs to keep an eye because it looks like we've got Betha coming on in. Yeah, so with the Tower of Flies, we will put in... Really need the military buildings. I guess in the meantime, we just go for more Weaving Creepers. Oh, Malachi starts there, and the map is getting more filled out more and more with actual Legendary Lords. I think eventually we're not going to have very many minor factions at all. Which would be interesting. Man, this is a tough call. Let's go for the Festering Pit in the Bilious Cliffs once that's done. But here we'll go for... If we could go for more infections, I would. We need a military building. So in the meantime, we'll grab some growth. Children of Nurgle being nice and elite. We could do the same thing with her ravenous tadpoles, increasing the mass on our cavalry, chariots, and non-flying war beasts. Leadership for those great unclean ones. We don't have any of those in our armies just yet, so let's come on in and grab up through maddening crowds, carcinogenic, and fetid corpses. Corruption's great, but I would love more growth.
A refinement of decay.
Running into Boris this quick is concerning, but luckily Malice shouldn't try to start two wars at the same time. Emphasis on shouldn't. Epidemius, we are going to add in your ROR unit. And that is all we can do for this turn. A yoink.
Everything rots.
If the old world does succeed, just how far can they go in the timeline? Timeline have to stop at a certain point, especially if it's really successful. GW might revisit the end times, fix it, adding Cathay and opponents. Yeah, instead of just having the Skaven sweep up from ever all at the same time and wipe out all the other factions. Cathay, Nippon, in Koresh, they all fall to the Skaven kind of off screen. So Malice is staying here, concerningly enough. We need to develop a cyclical building through its whole lifeline, giving us a pretty good chunk of favor, some Armor of Destiny, and some infections. I'm actually going to bring this back
Rejoice.
to the Blighted Grove.
Is here.
And Sabetha here.
A pox.
We already passed by, but if I knew... Should have gone for it last turn. Just here at the Bilious Cliffs, which we will add in our walls. Also give us better spellcasters, and Cultist for the field, who has also been reworked a little bit so he doesn't take... Oh, Boris, got yourself a plague? That's not good. Which gives us more melee attack and other goodies against you. Let's get ourselves an additional lord, just for a turn. I want a heavily armored Death Lord for what they have to throw against us. We'll go for a Chaos Familiar. Should be able to set up a ambush here next turn on Boris. And Epidemius, you just stay here. Moxia, you are going to actually jump into the Crystal Spines to kind of help out with me. I guess you aren't strong enough to help out with our public order. That's okay. Next turn, you're going to be a lovely trap for Boris. Blessing of Nurgle is an increased chance of plague spreading in the local province, so I don't think Blackrock's going to count. So if you had Kevin move up into this area, it would likely spread more, but then he's stuck in one place for 2 turns, which would be a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. Yep, none of you are moved for a few turns. How weird that is.
Father's here.
Magathkin is still surviving as well, but they're fighting both Throg and Malachi. That means they are not long
A wondrous
for being kicked back to the garden. You know what? Let's go ahead and come on into you. I'll join your war with the Ancestral Throng, and you can give me some money and stay off my back for a little bit. The Ancestral Throng invading. I bet Grombrindle is much scarier than he used to be with the Dwarf Rework. Him with some Grudge Settlers? That is a terrifying thought. Right. Now that we have a bunch of gold, not a lot to do with it yet. See if Boris decides to move out of the Howling Citadel with his plague. Go spread it around your other settlements. Good idea. No, he's just gonna camp out and keep attritioning. Works for me. Maddening Crowds gives us more line of sight for our settlements and more control. We've got a cult now in Dreadrock, which have also received a little bit of a change where instead of taking infections to actually build in these buildings, it just takes gold now. So we can get infections per turn. A cult refuge, so as long as there's growth more than 200 or with 5 population surplus, we'll gain 10 infections at 100 gold. If there is a lord present, we'll gain some infections in gold. Or if there is we can just drop down a random plague. We're gonna go for the plague cult hospice, since especially Nurgle factions tend to just leave their lords around the entire time, so we should just be generating gold and infections just nice and passively.
Of pestilence.
Granted, dropping this plague on Malice is not going to make him very happy.
His fetid embrace.
We are fighting against all sorts of aversion and strategic threat. Enjoy this plague while you're at it. You're up to 4, so 1 more before we've got the surging. The surgeoning. Now Boris.
Boris concurs.
How many more turns before your plague wears off? Got 4 more turns, and then... Right? Yeah, 4 more turns left on your plague. No, it's lying. It's saying the plague lasts for 4 turns, but it's only going to be on him for 1 more. Which means we need to strike him this turn, then.
Yes, indeed.
So we keep our regeneration and extra melee attack. It is going to be a tier 1. Oh, he's got lots of guys.
Good plan.
So many bows. He's very unlikely to come out of the walls, though, and get us. So, Epidemius versus Boris.
Decay brings life.
Let's get him. Right? Or do we wait?
Ursun's command.
I'd like to go fight him here at the Howling Citadel, but we don't have the... He's got the Motherland available still, too, doesn't he?
Boris concurs.
Yes, we would be taking attrition. We'll do my initial plan, then. You come on out in whatever stance. So it'll be... Channeling would be the best one.
On the trail to despair.
I literally checked out mentally for like 10 minutes. Makes sense. I durdled around for quite a while. Play ambush. Higher back here, no, 50%. Stay there, and then we'll have... Oh, war declaration.
This I take.
Do something about it.
Even the bear.
Do something about it. Gotta wait on everything else to build up. Perfect. Through and turn. Boris came right on over, but he did spot our ambush, and he's decided to fight us anyway. Oh, he gets the Wrath of the Bear. I thought we were in his territory. So are they going to get all the extra buffs for fighting in friendly territory then? Does look like it. 36 to 45. At least we don't have to deal with his garrison force too. So Battle of the Warriors versus the Plague Bearers. They actually have quite a bit better stats. Just no regeneration. Which we've lost as well now. Okay. I think we got him. Onward. Oh, I wasn't worried about smack talk either way. I'm fine with it. I was smack talking myself. I'm thinking we're gonna try to... we'll see who has more health, and then we'll snipe them with our Death and Nurgle casters. If they don't come over here after us, we'll just kind of fall back. Unless I'm pointing at the map and you can't see what I'm pointing at. We'll fall back over probably here, and let the Borisy boys come back in a kind of a line. Or on this side would also work out pretty well. Ossars are always a threat just because of the sheer number of arrows they have. You're way back here, aren't you? Yeah, I think that in that case we are going to want to fall back behind this other side here and let them come to us. Nurglings. No flyers on Boris' side of the field either, which means we can move in and deal with the un-spear-wielding Kossars pretty easily. Patriarch with his stupid banner better watch out. Yeah, you better. Send him back to Urson. Do a very similar thing I did previously with our Plague Bearers. We have them in a very compact formation. The enemy can't really flank it if they decide to. I've got guys behind them waiting to give them a punch in the jaw. Very slow one, but we'll get there eventually. I'll have my Nurglings. Too bad we don't have stock on Nurglings, so I would definitely just kind of throw them off on the sides and roll into the Kossars when they've made it closer to us. So in that case, we'll have them just as those tar pits. On the front. They fall, so be it, they are Nurglings. Just scattered around. And then Epidemius to duel with Boris. He can handle it for a few moments. And then we'll have our spellcaster kind of back here behind where he can't get attacked as easily. Nurglings, Plague Bearers, and the Beasts. I want all of the toads fighting the same unit, otherwise they will get completely smacked by the likes of the Warbear Riders. Alright, squad. We fall back. Bravely. We'll pull the toads back to the edge of the map, and if they choose to do anything mean there, so be it. We deserve it. We'll send these other drones wide, and we'll speed things up, because they will not advance on us until our reinforcements arrive. They should be forced to advance on us because they chose to attack. If not, I'm going to move up to this pillar and go from there. We've got a backup strategy in mind. I don't think sitting only the spellcasters into melee would be a good idea for them. Who is suggesting that we send the spellcasters alone? It's a brave strategy, but one I'm not going to take. Did he used to have such a glowy blade, the casters? This looks very infused with Shaiish. Luckily, also, he doesn't have a lot of armor piercing. Oh, you're not going to come over here, are you? Is that going to be the way it is? Yeah, it's like, nah, not at all. We attacked you, but... Boris chooses to take the high ground. Alright, well... that is what it is. We shall advance, then. Of course, we just gotta walk. We'll speed that up. That way the walking is not... doesn't take forever. Where are you going now? Don't be a coward, Boris. You initiated this fight. What we will be doing, though, is focusing all of our spells on that Patriarch initially. But Warhammer 40k happens, you can absolutely have Inquisitors as heroes that can be used as one time for Exterminatus. I think Exterminatus it would be very similar to like Ickett's Workshop, where you would purchase uses of them for a certain amount of resources. But I bet you anything Exterminatus would absolutely be a thing, but probably for only one faction. Around. Ooh, not like this. That's wrong. Why are you guys doing that? You're making me sad. Epidemius, you and your Nurglings go the other way. Good. That was the wrong direction. Hit like this. We're gonna pull. Oh, you're still gonna go around the front, huh? Stop going around the front of this, you clowns. Boris just keeps fidgeting his troops a bit. We'll just kind of waddle up the hill here. Still want the Monkey King and Thanquol with Storm Fiends. I'm thinking we absolutely will be getting Storm Fiends before the end of this this game's life cycle. Storm Fiends and the Vermin Lords both. Epidemius, you and your confused Nurglings move up to the front line now. Where you were supposed to be. We had to have this group maneuver strangely. We've got another group of Nurglings that are coming in weird. Back in the back isn't really needed. Here they are. You just kind of need a big blob up front. Boris is continuing to adjust, but he's not coming over here after us. It's Boris, boring Boca. The DBS EXE has stopped working. Please reboot. Yeah, Nurgling had that. Bold strategy. Boris, let's see if it pays off for you. I am the master of the blob fight. If you have all your archers fighting one way, I can have my big nasty toads move in. We'll get the Exalteds chucking their grenades at the Warbear Riders where we can. You'll still be fighting uphill, which is not great. Quit rotating and come fight me. Toads back a bit because the Warbear Riders can close that gap very fast. I might be willing to send you up to Spear Leech Boris. He's just quite a ways away. So you come on over on this side. That armor will be useful for some time. From the rumors, maybe after Thrones of Decay, the next DLC is the Monkey King. Just imagine monkey units. Yeah, the Monkey King. I won't lie, I would be much more thrilled to see that Yin Yin or Li Dao is coming on in than the Monkey King, but I know that a lot of people are excited for his Monkey Warriors. I guess it's counting because we were ambushing them. Boris is deciding to be defensive. I don't really know here. Return to Monkey. The obligatory Wukong character. Alright, send him on in. Epidemius, you come up as well. We'll just set up everyone else. Here come the arrows. Bring in the lads. We want the Beast of Nurgle throwing down with either the Patriarch or these Warbear Riders. No one else really has the capability. Nurglings get shot at. That's your one and only job. Let's come waddling up the hill. Alright, stop walking, everyone. Charge! Where's my spellcaster? You drop their melee attack and speed. Get in there on those Warbear Riders. Exalted Plague Bearers, you come up as well. Big old wall of Nurglings and Plague Bearers. No one's coming through. Drones, you start moving in as well. Comes Boris. Start dropping in Ransom Visitations on you. And where's my Deathcaster? Double them up. Slow everyone down here with Epidemius. Keep chucking those nades. And here we got our drones all messed up because we didn't move them through. Fair enough. Have the drones go up and over the top. We need the toads to kind of smash into this isolated group of Kossars and keep moving. We're likely to lose one of our groups of drones here, which is unfortunate. Let's drop the attack on these Warbear Riders. Epidemius, that's your target. The Exalted's got caught up. You can turn and chuck. Look how much damage the poor Patriarch took. Come on, Toads, do your thing. Land here, the Warrior's gonna cycle, but we have much more speed than them, thankfully. I'm to disrupt more Kossars. Let's go Ransom Visitations on Theodore. Looks like we're losing a unit of Nurglings. To be expected. I'll just keep those grenades going. Alright, Toads, you two, keep moving. Looks like they're going to send the Warbear Riders back. That's a pretty good idea, I can't lie. We need our Toads out of there. Spirit Leech on Boris now. Epidemius, if you can come on back around. Drop these clowns melee attack. We're gonna lose all of our Toads, aren't we? Come on, Toads, run! How long it takes to deal with those Warbear Riders, huge issue. I don't know, Toads are gonna break. Come on through, hit these Kossars. Heal them where we can, but then breaking is wow, leadership going like that is so unfortunate. That's all of our big beaters. Immediately. Warbear Riders, everyone, they are terrifying. We'll come through this one, but we'll be lacking a few extra of our elites. Let's at least smash into these Zargard here and get some charge bonus where you can. These drones away, because there's no reason to lose all of them. Their leadership just shattered, so we're not getting it back. Crazy. Alright, let's continue to wound and weaken Warbear Riders where we can. Come on up, drop that Spirit Leech on Boris. At least we can deal with the enemy lords. We got one drone back here. To be frank, Toads are pretty weak. I agree, I still love them. I always try to utilize them, even though they're not the best. Let's get over the top and deal with these Kossars. We are going to have to sacrifice those flies as well if need be. Beast, you come back round. Our Exalted are not actually fighting anything. Lovely. Smash this group instead. Please quickly deal with these Warbear Riders, and we'll go up and around. Not actually a AoE anymore. That's quite sad. Let's drop one last Ransom Visitations on Boris, get rid of him. Warbear Rider's turn. Flies back into the air. Come on, Nurglings. We'll smash in here on these Kossars and work together. Epidemius is finishing off Boris. Sides in a weak, Toads will get much, much stronger. They'll at least grow a bit, won't they? Everything's rolling up over the hill. Hopefully they can get in and disrupt the archers before they're able to get any more damage on us. We need to kind of spread out our heroes a bit because these Warbear Riders apparently are flicking all sorts of debuffs on our Nurglings. Boris is running for the hill, so we can set up Epidemius to go duel with Warbear Riders. Come on, Nurglings, get in there. How much magic we down to? Looks like 0, so let's not waste any on the death spells. Let's keep seeing the cycle charges from the Warbear Riders, so let's keep fighting Zargard where we can. Let the Beast do the same, keep going after these Kossars. Horus is back, thank goodness. Keep chopping those Zargard up. You push through and go after these Kossars. Any of those that we have ceasing to fire are going to be great. Bring the Exalteds round, because I'm not actually able to do much right now. Beast Nurgle back in. Let's actually go disrupt these Warbear Riders if we can. Armored Kossars coming around with their pistols. Not going to worry about them so much. Here comes yet another cycle charge. Let's slow that to a crawl. How is Boris still alive? Epidemius, deliver the blade to Boris. Alright, you join the Exalteds in their battle. They're gonna need a little bit of help. Yeah, we've got it, but it is a roll to the bitter end here with Kislev. Plague Bearers all stay here. Let's get a nice flank. Nurglings come and disrupt these Warbear Riders from escaping. Those Plague Blades whirling. But what if regular dragons are actually giant toads? That is quite the thought. Heal up any lads that are in a losing battle. Boris is gone, he's shattered. An extremely taxing fight for our faction, but we managed to pull it off. Now we really need a military building. We can drag down as many of these guys as we can, though. Don't even let the Nurglings get too far away, because they'll actually start taking leadership debuffs, and I've seen my demons disintegrate after the battle. Just for getting too far away from our lords. Does this speed him up at all? No, it just slows them down. Don't think we're catching too much more. Always good to get rid of Zargard, though. And battle. Definitely very Pyrrhic. Warhammer 40k version of this would have to be planet-based. It would be impossible to simulate every battle in the world. It would be one battle of importance. I bet we would see the map being more of... the map itself being kind of the galaxy, and then the individual planets being your settlements, like in this one. I don't know the exact way they would break it down, like if it would be sectors and something like that, but I guarantee you it would be almost a galaxy map, and then the individual planets are going to be your settlements. Just the sheer scope of 40k is pretty staggering. Alright, all our big beasties were sacrificed because Boris intelligently turned around with his Warbear Riders and charged right into them. We didn't manage to drag down both of them, so we are going to need to press back out and make sure Boris does not escape. We do gain a Wailing Banner, so it causes fear and causes terror for a single unit, which I think all of our demons do. And we'll take it all the same. Also want the extra infection so I can actually get ourselves a proper military building. Downside of the galaxy map, it loses a ton of the flavor since it's just space. As you can have nebulas and warp storms, but unfortunately you can't have that much. I would think, well, if you like Stellaris or something along the lines of Stellaris, they can do... There's things that they could do to make it more interesting, but I do agree that the void of space is not quite as flavorful as the individual planets would be. Maybe I'm wrong, and we're just going to get like a sector of the world, and the different planets will have their own different areas on them, the regions you can fight on, that will count as the individual settlements. It's like a province in this game. So what does Red Dead give us? I don't think it's a very good defeat trait. For taking down Boris, you get leadership when fighting against warriors, demons, and chaos dwarves and Norska. I guess if we're trying to subjugate our neighbors, that'd be great, but let's keep saving skill points now so we can grab Tally of Pestilence and some of these better skills here in his unique skill tree.
Plague counter.
I'd like to come out and hit the Howling Citadel now. It's tier 2, so it's got just normal warriors. We're going to take him down before Boris comes back. Personally, if there was a Stellaris-esque Warhammer game, then I prefer it to be more like Hearts of Iron 4 and set during the Horus Heresy. That would be probably an interesting game in and of itself, but for a Total War style, the Galaxy map Stellaris style is probably not what they're going to go for, but just thinking kind of art for Galaxy maps that I've seen that have worked out and haven't been entirely boring the whole time. I don't like that you're just sitting over there with a full stack. Go fight Grombrindle. We've got no places to put in any more military buildings at the moment. We could switch out here at Volcano's Heart. It's so internal, we wouldn't really have to worry about it being attacked, so I think we will demolish this one and put in that military building. We are really lacking. Epidemius will save as we're about to throw hands. Let's go ahead and grab Blight Boil to explode big groups of Gislevites.
Decay.
Healing would be good too, but we're gonna grab the explosion spell. Point into Spirit Leech.
Infect the body, taint the soul.
You two can roll together. Moxia is likely not going to stay with us. We're using him in the meantime while we have no heroes to recruit. Epidemius on to the Howling Citadel.
To work.
To work. Definitely have to fight this one. Let's bring in our Lord. And brawl against Gislev. We can auto-resolve it and have high casualties. Ooh, that's very tempting, but we don't know if Gislev has other armies waiting in the wings, so let's fight this one to make sure we lose hopefully less than we would otherwise. Instead of a galaxy, it'd be a sector of space like the Battlefleet Gothic Armada. That's kind of what I was thinking. They likely won't go full-scale galaxy, but if they do, it'd still be probably pretty fun. Horus Heresy would be just Space Marines and Demons. Yeah, that's the issue with that one. Total War wouldn't probably focus on the Horus Heresy specifically, unless it was for like one of those small mini campaigns that they used to have with Napoleon. But I don't foresee them going back to those. It'll likely be one that they can use all of the different factions. And I'm betting we'll get Imperium, Orcs, Space Marines, and like the military branch themselves. The name is blanking on me right now, but the Astra Militarum, they would be their own faction for sure. With the Space Marine chapters, hopefully, I don't know how you would do that one, because each individual Space Marine faction is in and of themselves pretty unique enough that they could have their own faction. You'd have like a Warriors of Chaos sub-faction type thing with that many chapters. Alright. Look at this nasty thing. People don't get to send these into battle. Just the mass of flesh with tentacles. Go get them. Best place to attack from is going to be where our Lord's coming from, so we'll go Nurglings. If they can't get up on the walls, we're going to make sure they are nearby, which is how Imric's slayed all of them at once. Plague Bearers in our typical rectangle formation, or square formation. It can be both. All the time. Beastie, Epidemius, Little Papa. And battle begin. I love how this stream turned into Total Warhammer 3 40k predictions. That's very fair. We're enjoying Nurgle, which is a slow slog across the battlefield. And, you better... What are these towers you have? Hang on now. Why are they so powerful? You have to move in either way, but why are those towers so strong? That better be a lie, because that's gonna be like hell cannon shots coming over here towards us. Well, the siege might not go very well after all. That's this Nurgle campaign. Yeah. Gonna have to head off, but it's been a pleasure watching you work as always. Good to have you in for a bit there, Cheesecake. Glad you can make it. Now these explosive towers are gonna be a nightmare. We need to get in quickly. We're losing a lot of units. Alright then. That's how it's gonna be. I don't have my flyers to move in and be a big nuisance yet. Too bad these towers aren't grabbing Kislevites off the walls. In here as well, we'll definitely need those blight boils. Oh, fuck this side. They're getting blasted to bits, but luckily they're focusing on like one of the Nurgling units at once, which makes things a bit easier for us. Light boil costs 13, so we're gonna be able to do only a few of them. We're gonna want to make sure they are very meaningful, so not until we actually have guys blobbed up in a melee. 4 seconds before our ally gets here. Pistols are scary, but I'm not afeared. We've got a healing potion. Blob up as much as you can next to the thing so you're not getting exploded as badly. This is on as badly. As soon as we're in. Bring your cheeks, Moxia. Good thing is that most of the damage is on the Nurglings. That's what I was thinking as well. Nurglings absorb most of the shots. They're starting to shoot where they can at our Plague Bearers, but they're now getting up the ladders, so we should be able to get down into the formation down here. Now we're not getting shot at over here anymore, so let's try to drag some of these armored Cossars into a brawl. They're not using their pistols. Hand grenade lads here, then the other 2 Plague Bearers just move in on these Cossars. We own these towers, they aren't going to be damaging us. Need to get through these gates fast. In with the blight boils, see if we can get... Oh, they're sitting there firing. They don't tend to react very quickly. Oh, we get 2 units. Beautiful. Glorious. There's no one that can flank around behind them, right? Nope, no rear charges that they're gonna have to deal with. One unit of Plague Bearers go around and go through the front gates, and everyone else can follow them up the ladder. Love Thousand Suns, but they're so bad on tabletop. Personally, don't have a lot of reference, but if I say so, Thousand Suns do look quite cool. I have what I haven't played any myself. I have at least taken a look at some of the models. Come on, then. They're just going to try to run away and blast up the top of their rifles. It's a fair strategy. But now we're inside your gates, so what say you now, Kislev? Talking that good-ish a second ago. Nurgling's in. Epidemius summons some homies in behind their squad. I guess he already turned some guys into a group of Nurglings. That's perfect. never play tabletop, or more likely I'll just play it with friends, but mostly for the settings and the painting inspiration. Yeah, indeed, and that's where I guess all of the setting comes from initially, so... Without a tabletop, there's no 40k. I myself probably also will never play, but I do like looking at some of the models and seeing the artwork. Some of y'all's paint jobs on your armies are absolutely glorious looking. Even better than some of the ones that Games Workshop has created. Biological grenades making their impact. Now we'll just send everyone to annihilate this last group of Kossars. There's a few vestiges we need to deal with. Side here, we'll do another Blight Boil on this group, who's all lined up nicely. Dogs charging us. Is that a dog? Have you seen a dog, Nikolai? They don't look like this. That's a Dark Souls dog. Nonsense. No interruptions. ACDM, I have you on the background now as I paint up my Death Guard army. Excellent. Very glad to hear it. You are also a follower of the Fly God. Victory. Now we definitely need to start building up our army again. Not having the flyers was... we definitely felt it there. Thankfully, all that physical resistance is great for shrugging off any of the pistol fire that normal Kossars would rip through the likes of your Norskins. But Nurglings and the Plague Bearers at least have a good bit of resistances. We'll come on in here and... do we sack the Citadel first? I think we do. Sack it for the Urfather. Here's Dmitri, veteran of Prague. That'd be veteran of the Howling Citadel. No longer. We've got ourselves the Purveyor of Mortality, giving us bonus resistance and physical resistance, Nurgle Corruption, and weapon strength. That load screen was going at canonical Nurgle speed. Yeah, I heard my PC pick up like it was starting a jet engine as well, so there was all sorts of weirdness going on there. Oxia, you join forces here. Let's sack the Citadel for even more infections. Need them for warriors. So badly. Let's destroy these Weeping Creepers. And honestly, we'll probably put in the military building here at the Volcano's Heart instead. Right, I said instead of Volcano's Heart, we'll put it over here at the provincial capital. Upgrade Spirit Leech for him. And then... you can say... go down Epidemius's unique skills. Let's get Tally of Pestilence, which is a passive ability for a 55 meter radius. You will gain a increasing amount of physical resistance and melee attack as entities are dying around us. It'll affect both Epidemius and any demonic units. So it's allies or demons. That's bizarre. Or is it only affected ally demons? If it was helping out friends and foes alike, I'd be a bit concerned. Let's just go Talisman's Post for more ammunition and upkeep production for those Plague Bearers.
We mature, as do our pathogens.
We've a chore. Grab ourselves some Demon's View because we need the extra elites. And I guess we're going to be wiping out Boris. In the meantime, we'll try to build up force over here with Kevin the Slimy. in order to hold back the Druki. They're likely to invade soon. Alright, so no plagues no matter how much I want to.
Supremacy of suppuration.
And go Unholy Manifestation, Blessing of Nurgle on Moxia, who I don't plan on moving out of this settlement, so we'll leave him here. Have him hopefully spread some plagues around to these Islavite factions, or even to our own. We've got extra growth coming in from the liquefying bowels. Come on through. Epidemius' horrifying reign. Haven't even looked at our victory conditions, so you have to deal with Haggrafe, the Urson Revivalists, and Malachi in the Masters of Innovation. All of your surrounding factions need to be wiped out. Apparently, you can make friends with Kevin, so the Demon Prince isn't necessarily one of your first targets. But after that, you have to go after the Ice Court and the Great Orthodoxy. So there is no making alliances with Kislev here. What did it say, Talabheim too? I think that's a lovely callback to the end times, where Epidemius is the herald that individually ends up destroying Talabheim in the end times. Death Guard was your first army. That's awesome. And then we're gonna have to enjoy pizza now. And let's never have to worry about dipping for pizza. Pizza's great. Glad you made it in for the stream there, just yes. Eat some homemade pizza and watching you play this stinky boy. Homemade pizza is also the best. The Lady Wizard is a magician at putting together homemade pizza. She makes the dough from scratch. What are you snacking on there, Skaven Man, in terms of pizza? And if you are not having pizza, what's your favorite kind? Malachi attacked and won against Throg. That's means we might be able to fight him before this time this stream's up. We'll try. We'll deal with Boris, and then we'll circle back around to the orange Dawi. Oh, really? We need to go... The Sands of Sickness, we need to throw down an Ulthuan. Is there a faction I would rather fight less with, Oh, no. White Lions, Lothern Sea Guard, Normal Archers, Reavers, Bolt Throwers, and Reinforcements expected. Yeah, especially attacking the White Tower of Hoeth. We'll get to that when we rebuild our armies. Blueberk is on a Nurgling Palanquin, increasing his speed by, I believe, one point.
Slayer.
Oh, we can't quite see what Malachi's fielding. But this looks interesting. He's got a radius around him. And he can summon the Spirit of Grungni. Cool. We are allowed to show him since it's unavoidable in the sandbox, but if we need to try to circle around and fight, he's got a full stack, which is a little bit scary. There's no telling what his army's going to be filled with. Likely DLC units that are going to walk all over us. Armor of Fortune for you. Actually, we want Armor of Fortune on Epidemius, who we've been using as our tank. Featherfoe and Terrifying Mask, let's go ahead and combine those up to try to get something better. Discord's not bad. In fact, that would be better on Epidemius. Armor of Fortune on you. Wand of Jet gives us more recharge. Scroll of Blast. We can put on Spawn Seeker. Chanley Boy can go on Kevin. Excellent. Yep, gonna put the military building in right here. So your advanced military buildings are going to cost 400 infections, and your normal ones are going to only cost 200. We're going to grab the... Oh man, the toads are over here? We need toads. So demonic egg sacs. The fast movers are really what we're missing out on. Things that can circle around and chase off their fast movers or their archers. Now it's Yuri, the veteran of Prague. It's a scary amount of missile strength you're packing there, Druzhina.
Classify and tabulate.
And we move in and raid? No, so we're just gonna sit here. Moving into their territory? Not yet. Barriers are very hard to see.
Decay brings life.
Cool. And as soon as this set of infecteds is up, we'll get the other military building here over at the Volcano's Heart, where we'll go for the Plague Flesh Poppy, so we can start refilling both our normal Plague Bearers and Nurglings, as well as some Warhounds and Furies. Alright. That'd be another turn. We actually have a building upgrade. Oh, it's over here at the heart, of course. No thanks. Just a normal cheese pizza. Well, cheese pizza is delicious all the same. Alright, carcinogenic technology is done. It feels like that took a long time. 15 more growth for all of our provinces, and a gardener's world of the Tower of Flies. Storm darkens the skies, but there is no lightning. Instead, there comes a hail of man-sized, pus-filled seeds. What on nightmare? As they implant themselves in the earth, it becomes iron hard and sprouts vast, pungent fungal foundations. Praise be to Nurgle, for he shares his garden's bounty. Chaos Invasion Reapers. Beat 6 Kislev Cathay or Empire armies into the field, giving us gold and a staff of Nurgle. 2 bound Rains of Visitations is insane. Alright, Epidemius. Onward to smashing Yuri. We need some more experience. Come here, buddy. Where are you going? Running away is not allowed. Get back here, you. Defeating Yuri, though, is going to eliminate a few plagues from the world, but that'll be alright. Let's go. Wailing Banner on... You only cause fear, but not terror. Oh, okay. Well, what about Epidemius? Well, we're going to change that immediately. Prepare to be extra scary. Nurgle versus Kislev. We get a fight at Dragina as well. A rare treat. Battle strategy for this one is going to be Beast and Epidemius charging directly towards these Warbear Riders. We'll summon in the homies and drop the Contagious Lethargy, while the Swarm moves in on Yuri's main line. He's going to hide all the way back in the back. Actually makes a lot of sense. I would do the same. Plague Bearers in their normal legion. Up on the outside there to screen the enemy's shots. The Exalt is rolling with this group. And the Forsaken. All rolling together. Now that our Herald is on a Palanquin, he can mimic Epidemius. He even has the bell. They look quite the same now that they're both rolling around on their chairs. Reckoner of Mortality. Sneaky boys on frogs and big flies. We're working on it. We got them all slain in our fight with Boris. Let's move it on these Warbear Riders. I don't care if they know what we're after. Look at this fella. A big happy snail. Bros being bros. Our Nurglings are actually very fast now, so they're gonna pretty easily outpace the rest of our lads. He's gonna definitely have his entire set of reinforcements, but if we can kind of force them in one spot, drop down some Blight Boils, we should get rid of the veteran abroad pretty quickly. He also has almost no health, so Rancid Visitation is gonna be very mean to him. You can make it last longer? That's horrifying. It's going to take them a year and a half to get across the field. Let's speed that along. Our Beast of Nurgle's breaking away from the pack a little bit more than I'd like, so we'll come keep him back with the group. Leave it like this. We'll have them walk. I'd like to deal with these Warbear Riders first. You go wide with the rest of the group, give them some leadership. And it should just be Epidemius and the Beast dealing with these 3 Warbear Riders. Oh, they're gonna rotate, aren't they? Bold strategy. Here come those reinforcements. Are they gonna come to us? We consolidate our own army. They've gotten a little bit far apart from one another, further than I would have liked. In fact, we'll bring you guys back over. Here come those reinforcements. The Kislev Warriors didn't stand for very long at all against our lads. They tried to bring... Your name is also Dimitri? Several veterans of Prague here today. Alright, well, you move up on these Kislev Warriors. You two. Let's just roll on in. Epidemius, let's go ahead and find you the most elite armored boys and go give them a hug. Let's keep the Exalted Plague Bears in the woods then. Wait, is he a... Wait a second. Is he the Changeling? Did he transform into some spearmen? Or is he just named Spearman for some reason? Oh, there you are. I'd be confused for a moment. Enjoy the Ransom Visitation, sir. Yeah, getting shot up the hill is no fun, but someone's got to do it. Get moving. Keep these lads here just in case for those Warbear Riders. Oh, they're in the middle. Cool. Roll in the middle of that group then. We'll bring the rest of the Taliban in to find some other lads that aren't currently brawling. Oh wait, that's the guy looking for the ransom visitations. Yoink. Keep moving. Light boil. A lot of Kislevites, they're all spread out, so let's go ahead and just light boil. Both of these guys would be awesome. I don't think it's gonna happen though. Get this unit here. Keep slicing on through. We'll have these beasts go through as well. Epidemius, get in there. Did that a little bit too soon. Nurglings, you deal with these warriors. We'll have you guys kind of find a unit that isn't currently being dealt with. Epidemius, summon in your extra Exalteds. The newly summoned Kislev, or the newly summoned Nurglings will send after the other group. Check your biological grenades at them first. Slowed the Dragina down, he's going nowhere. The Tallyman comes with thee. Epidemius should finish him off very quickly. Fallen blue Yumis. Did you just run up and kick these Nurglings? Congratulations, now your foot's gonna fall off. Oh no, we deserve execution. What says you there, Epidemius? Ooh. Down with the Drugina. Heard. And the melees, they're not wasting their grenades on friendly troops. And that's the battle. 4 unfortunate souls. We still have quite a few to round up, though, so let's get moving. And grab who we can. Heal you. Get who you can before they're on out of here. This squad, light oil here. It's probably a little bit too slow. Spread up so they're not getting in each other's way, and they should be able to grab different units. We'll see, at least. Light oil, I think, clipped a couple guys on their way out. Do the little of 80% slow there on those warriors. Epidemius can waddle his way through. He does a lot of damage on those charges. Seems to have a very good time connecting on models, like some lords. Come on, Nurgle loading bar. Put in the work today. A little bit more. Golden Sword, let's see what we get to do this time. Looks like it's going to be for our Forsaken. It's likely to be our Forsaken for a few battles here. They're definitely a glass cannon. 91 is not too far behind, though. Well, time to head home, have fun. Glad you were able to stop by, Brian. Good to see ya. 87 lost here. I think we can just continue to gather up as many infections as possible. Fury slain, we can move in to sack the burning monolith. We should have enough movement. Resolve the survivors, and then we will absolutely sack it. Sack it for the Urfather. That'll leave the settlement there, still as a plague with Kislev in mind, so that's only our one plague now. Sack, raise, or destroy, or sack or raise 6 Cathay, Kislev, or Empire settlements, so 15,000 treasury and 2,000 infections? Sure. If you insist. Upgrade the Crystal Spires. Here the Volcano's Heart. We'll grab the Plague Flesh Poppies building. I've got 34,000 gold to use. No units. How bizarre. Can't get some heroes though, so let's go ahead and give you a... Since we're not really fighting with the Druki just yet, we'll just keep you with a cultist, exalted hero. We'll send the cultist over with Epidemius and the exalted hero here. I think open dies for a faster experience gain sounds good. None of those are the most useful. Same over here, we'll grab Gustav the Beastly. Repellent or the Corpulent. I think expert charge defense would be the way here. We're going to use him as a tank, especially when he's up on top of his Chaos War Shrine.
Cultist of the Fly Lord.
We still use you to spread cults. Looks like not in Nurgle's faction. Have your skills received any of a rework? Doesn't look like it. He's got kind of everything that he used to have. I think the only change is that the Gate of Nurgle used to be only accessible when he takes a certain amount of health. Enemy unit debilitated within range, so it just takes someone else to be within that certain amount of health threshold before you can actually summon in the Nurglings now. Before it was the cultist alone, so they would just run in and get stomped, really.
My lord, forgive me. Not yet.
My lord, forgive me. Not yet. Locus of Virulence gives us the 24 extra attack and more weapon piercing, or armor piercing weapon damage. That's really good. Let's do Pox Seedling, though, since we're about to recapture this settlement right here in front of us. Plague Doctor is higher chance of plague spreading for Lord's army, so we'll give that over here to Moxia, who's currently acting as a plague spreader.
Artifacts to empower me.
Alright. Select 3 to create a plague. Number of plagues into new, blessed, and symptom locations. So everything will start switching on up on us. Fleshy Abundance, and extra uses for Fleshy Abundance, 100% less battle healing cap. We're all just eating pizza here. Pizza's delicious. Here at the guild, apparently that's a staple. Missile resistance and upkeep. These are insane. We'll go ahead and increase the spread by... So it's 30% is the max. But more duration, too. It's a 500 infection plague. Alright, well I'm going to apply this one. Epidemius. Going to infect Epidemius with this one. We want to do it next turn though, so we're not able to. So we're not wasting any. Let's do that. We'll make a different one. We're not Epidemius. Let's do attrition. Speed. Movement range, then income. So when it flips over to being our settlement, it'll be good. Take all of these down so it's not being crazy. I might just give it one extra duration. Summon in cultist here with Epidemius. And that now uses these symptoms. We're not able to use them for 3 more turns. Send Lagnar out right away. Send him down to the Tower of Torment. We'll build up a new plague for Epidemius here. Next turn, I think, will be the best call. You stay here, start channeling. This plague seems to look nice. I agree. Very, very... a lot better than the original. So campaign movement, and then... probably Despicable Rivals to make sure we are able to hold the line against the other forces of chaos here. Nurgle's Blessed would also be pretty good. I heard some lads talk about we needed some allies. Let's see if we can actually gain some more allies instead of just enemies all the time. And you, Moxia, well, you have served me well. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of you. Don't really want to be spending the extra upkeep on a warrior or a lord we're not really utilizing.
I yearn for Earth's celestial touch.
Soon our vast treasure will be able to be put to use. Soon. Alright, we're down to no plagues out in the world that are not owned by or on any non-Nurgle factions, so we need to change that. I guess their plague just went away. They're immune now. So you can go ahead and drop this off actually in Festerlung, because it might spread over to... well, not Bubonicus now. Either way, get us some more plagues out there. Plague Cultist. We'll have Epidemius claim this, and we'll slow and steadily deal with more Cersus. Weeping Creepers actually sound fine there, and we'll go ahead and just repair everything, and we can upgrade the Howling Citadel. That slow growth trickling on up. Forest of Decay up to the Unclean Copse. Imar, you go ahead and join up with Kevin so we can train up his one unit of Nurglings. Returns before that military building goes in. Over at Howling Citadel, we have just the two. Still a fair bit of time. We recruit up any more cultists or heroes? No. Out of luck at the moment. I think it's probably time to come on in and grab the Fleshy Abundance, follow it up with Magic Reserves, and hopefully then Arcane Conduit. We definitely need to send more Plagues out, probably over here to Archaon. Or instead of doing that, let's send them down to the Empire. There's a lot of settlements all close together. So we'll drop it from the Port of Secrets. Here we'll go with Nurgle Corruption, melee attack, and recruitment capacity. Go ahead and increase the spread by a little bit there, but not the duration. Which faction upgrade has been your favorite? I think it has been the Dwarves. Their new Grudge Settlers and the entire Age of Reckoning system makes them incredibly aggressive, and that may not be what everyone is looking for with their Dawi, but it's so much fun. You can choose not to play as aggressive with your Grudge Settler units, but getting in that max stack late tier army is hilarious. You come out to the ocean for me, buddy?
I cannot.
Is this the wrong guy, or what's going on?
Disease liberates.
Are they unable to take to the sea?
Much.
Oh, he's just being goofy. Yeah, mount the rot ships. Time to bring Plague to the Empire.
Sail on.
Pollute these seas for
Are there other new factions on the map? Oh yes, they absolutely are. So Malachi is here. You can see him currently. So we are able to show off a battle against the other factions. I just can't play as them just yet. So we could fight Malachi, and Elspeth starts down here in Wissenland. So Elspeth would be here, and if we move further over to the plains of Zanbaijin, we would run into Tamarkand. So they are all out on the map. We just aren't allowed to play as them. Which makes sense. Get another plague out and running. We could do growth, attrition, and construction cost. And we'll summon it in. Probably send them over to Malice again. They're immune to all plagues for 4 turns. We'll send it back past them and where some of these Norscan settlements are more close together. Here's Cliffs. We'll summon a cultist, give it a little bit more spread.
Cultist
Sit him on out.
of the Fly Lord. Carry his plagues.
We do have to pay upkeep for each of our cultists, though, so we will want them to get to their positions as quickly as we can.
Her father's love.
Other cultist is actually for battle. Needs to come up here and find Epidemius. Might be best to have him meet up Tower of Torment, though.
On our fetid feet.
Alright, sweet business. Check out diplomacy for the first time in a long time.
so good. Specimens.
Poxmakers, you're fighting with
Side otherwise.
Caravan of the Blue Roses. What if I join you and take your money?
Excellent.
My research will thrive.
Bruise. Bubble.
I love to hear it. Alright, now we have a ton of gold to work with, but gonna be the way for some time now. Since you're still losing Winds of Magic, let's come on out of the settlement. Should be able to channel inside of the settlements there. You know, fighting Malachi, though, is likely going to be sewer slide. It's not going to be fun. As we saw there, he gets to summon in the Spirit of Grungni, which I don't know if you've seen Milk and Cookie's Total Wars videos on how strong they are, but we won't do very well. And we have nothing to fly around and actually hit them, so he's going to have free reign to obliterate us from orbit. Alright, Honorith. Maybe you just drop off your plague here. Yeah, let's make Malachi mad. He comes across the sea and fights us. Yoink. Enjoy. Let's get moving. You're also fighting the Exquisite Pain, so I will join your war with them, and we'll be friends with Archaon. We need some allies here. I'll do it as a gift. See if that makes Archaon happier. You can't give them gold to make them happy. It doesn't work for Chaos. They're only interested in skulls. Alright, we will sit here and replenish. Burning Monolith up. And everything else, we just wait. Alright. Oh, hello, Boris.
Only Ursum commands me.
I don't really have a lot of respect for the way you're choosing to wage war here, my friend.
No other.
We're gonna lose the Port of Secrets. Absolutely. So we need a new army here at the Crystal Spires. Just as a lord with death magic. How many turns do you're in? 3? I don't mind just getting 1 more to kind of keep on retainer. Used to here in the Crystal Spires. And hopefully he turns and goes after Epidemius. What can we do to you? Weaken your forces here. I think we've used up all of our pathways. We gotta wait. Very lucky you are, Boris.
To please the Plague Lord.
How viable is a full aerial dwarf army in the upgrade, in your opinion? Extremely. You go from 1 gyro bomber to 4, and 4 gyrocopters to 12 on Legend, or I'm sorry, on Ultra unit capacity. So you get a ton of helicopters now, and they're all packing bombs, so you can obliterate lower tier units. They will still run low on ammo, but if you're able to blob those troops up and blow them up with your bombs and get good bombing runs, you can absolutely just run the Air Force only. And that's only going to get it better with the DLC units. Thunder barges are going to rule the skies. Zinch is now ascendant. And we need to spread enough unholy manifestations, or Nurgle corruption, to unlock yet another manifestation. Argon, we have got fetid corpses, so new to Magakin look identical. Now we can move further for it.
I serve PCF. No other.
So they're going for it. They're losing all of their land. They might as well just take it from us strategy. It's a good one. But if I can make them concerned about losing their final settlement here, we will keep them from coming after Port of Secrets.
We will fill their numbers.
That was an unkind auto-resolve, but we'll take it. And we've got the Barons of the Bog. That will absolutely be a boon here. I'm thinking we also want to go ahead and grab more resistance for all of our demons when we're going down with Boris. He's not quite as strong as a Stonkia, where he gives all of his troops magical attacks. That is her thing. I'll take the Etymologist out for now and grab a Standard of Chaos Glory. We can have the Bug Keeper go with Kevin. Furies and Hounds. Not amazing units. Furies are better than Hounds, but we'll take them all the same. Can you slow him down? Hinders replenishment? That's not very useful.
We shambled forth.
Look at you raiding just barely in my territory. Boris the Brave. Volcano's Heart. Jaeger, I'm going to have you kind of come in between. Not going to be able to do much, but I'd like to be able to rotate to either the Tower of Flies or the Volcano's Heart if he pushes through. Alright. So it continues. See if we can't cause some attrition on Boris. Movement range, armor, and speed reduction. Abundance, income, or wins and magic costs. Ooh, cycle time for advanced and basic military buildings. This is great. I do want to drop his movement range, though, so let's go movement range, armor, and speed. And I don't worry about making it any stronger. We'll just summon this and send it out over towards Boris. Go a little gassed. Go get him. Reckoner of Mortality. Wintertooth is still losing its settlements. Malachi is the one faction I've ever seen able to hold Wintertooth back. Grog usually becomes a death ball pretty quickly. It is only usually stopped by Katerin if she is able to actually maintain her forces in the wake of Chaos's invasion. Alright, Imminent Rebellion where? Bloodfire Falls? Yeah, it's actually going to be a stronger rebellion than normal because of our military buildings. How cheeky is that? We also go ahead and use our infections to rush the cycle, instantly completing it. That's pretty useful. In fact, we're going to because I need me some toads. Not going to rush it again. Now I've got access to our plague toads again. Army's about full. Beautiful. Now we can lose them all and get another fight with Boris. Our RTD Redguard says, you think Horticlus Slimux will be added into the game? Possibly. Although with Thrones of Decay coming on out, I don't know that we will see... I'll apologize because I'm not actually fully aware of who Horticus Slimux is, but he sounds like a Nurgle character. I don't think we'll probably get too much more love with Nurgle for the remainder here of Warhammer 3, so we'll see. If anything, it'll be a free LC edition. The Choleric Choir, your maggot can have been droning the same bone-chilling single-note drone for years. So it's a surprise to hear them suddenly burst into a disorganized, fragmented melody. They look to you to conduct them. Hymn to Decay for more grit and clean ones, or a Ballad of Disease for a plague-ridden. Don't mind if I do. Glyphs receives a plague, and now he's spread enough corruption to get a new manifestation. That I love to hear.
I worship
Coming up and drop some plague on Volvatrix.
destruction.
That sounds like a new Pokemon. A gross one, but it still sounds like a Pokemon. Wurtborg, Snot Seeker. Come join Kevin. Lot Inaka, Lord of Rivals. Well, luckily his army doesn't seem to be that strong, but Boris is 100% going after the Port of Secrets. Go ahead and give him a plague. At least make him suffer for it. They're really just going to go ahead and try to take my land while we're moving through. What on earth? Such a weird strategy. It's viable, but not what I've ever seen the AI take. Can't afford the ROR unit, so I'm not going to recruit them on in yet.
My life shortens.
Maybe we ambush?
My soul sings.
Jaeger death metal. Don't think you have much of a chance at holding the Port of Secrets against Boris and his boys.
Bow only to the bear.
So we'll just fall back to the Crystal Spires and hold the line here. More income. And while we can, let's definitely go for the Lesser Garden of Blight here. Get Pox Riders, though. Beasts of Nurgle or Pox Riders. We also get the Chaos War Shrine, which does deliver us some heals. Soul Grinders are on this one as well. Which, Nurgle Artillery is always good. We'll go for the flies, because Epidemius does buff up how much ammunition they have. We'll make use of them. Do a proper thematic army here for Epidemius. Even if the grid and clean ones and artillery are definitely better call. Oh, we're up to Surging, so 20% research rate, and Father's Gift. Excellent. I'm going to save a little bit more on our plagues for now. We'll use them as kind of needed, but looks like they're spreading pretty nicely over here in Malachi's faction. Frog, too. So, Monolith of Festerlung. One of those we just left. How about I give you some gold? 7,000 is a lot. 8,000 is a lot. We're doing it either way. I want to make sure we have some friends. We're going to be attacked on all sides. We need to use some of our gold to make some allies.
Is a blessing.
Evan, you're still holding here. We can give you some Nurglings and Plague Bearers. I'm just going to give you some Nurglings. Can't afford them though, can we? Gross. I'll hold off for now then.
Everything rots.
Taunts, can we have you damage walls? They don't have any of those. Yeah, nice Power Torment then. Boris is about to take down the Port of Secrets. Let's see. Okay, look at that. Decisive defeat. Luckily, he's just rolling with Gossar, so while they can do some damage if unattended, we can deal with them. No problem. Just not this time. Alright, Port of Secrets has fallen, and so has the Ancestral Throng, which means Malice now has no targets. Which is a scary thought. Oxia Spawn Speaker is ready for duty, and eliminate Boris Ursus. You're on it, don't you worry. Ratty Bebchuk is about to meet his maker, and now we need to hold the line. Boris can go really wherever he wants, though, which is quite concerning.
They will march with joy.
We'll have them join up, and we will give this one a good fight. Standard of Chaos Glory gives us more leadership. Probably go ahead and drop that over instead on our Nurglings. Everyone at a 35-meter radius has a little bit more leadership. I like that quite a bit. Pyrrhic victory with medium casualties? I think not. Let's have ourselves a battle. Nurgle versus Kislev once more. We have expert charge defense now, so these Kossified dervishes are going to be extremely useless as long as we manage to keep our lads standing in one place. All right. They're choosing to kind of post up on this hill then. So I'm going to choose to ignore that hill then. We can all deploy Vanguard. We'll grab these Nurglings to take this flank. Try to charge through the woods as quickly as we can here, absorbing a lot of those arrows in the trees. Or with our beast, they can regenerate. Cultist. All the single entities up front. I'm going to have the Forsaken also on this side, since they're going to be good at rolling the flank. Want Nurglings behind. Their job is going to be to find enemy Kossars and go give them a hug. Warhounds. Furies will be working together to go after his Kossified dervishes, and then we've got our own toadies again. Let's have the cavalry moving up together on this flank. Make it easier on myself for the micro. Last Plague Bearers. As long as the Nurglings are getting shot first, that's what I'm here for. There we go. Grab this group, send them forward. They're gonna try to flank around, but we just have to not allow it. Epidemius, you go hunt down their Drugina. Furies really are going to be our absolute fastest unit. You're just going to rotate the whole squad, huh? The AI. They're going to run away from you more than anything else. Alright, then we're going to switch our strategy. We're going to go after them on this side. There's a lot more damage than they probably should have gotten there. Epidemius, I'm just going to have you move in. We have to pick a place and hit them because they're going to just keep wiggling. Good old Kislev. Wait on the Blight Bolt till we get a little bit closer there. I heard things weren't so slow. We could use them to pretty easily get in and go after Kossars. Or the Nurglings weren't that much faster than the normal lads. They need to probably do a little bit of changes there. They are moving about the same speed. Alright guys, let's go up towards the Drugina. Working through them. Hounds, we're gonna go ahead and switch you guys over as well. Furies can come on in after these Horse Archers. Exalted's coming up. We're finding some dervishes to hug. Hounds got shot up there a little bit. Bring them on around. Heals on yourself. You took a lot of damage for some reason. Light boil on all the other Islevites that are moving on in. Go here with the Blight Boil. Epidemius weaken everyone and summon in some Exalted Plague Bearers. Hound Dogs come back away. Blob them up over here. So they decided to bring their skirmishers into their line of armored Kossars. Very smart idea. Those you're gonna come smash into this group. Recharge. Epidemius is annihilating Yevgeny. Furies has come through. Get these Horse Archers in the back line. Odes are in. Odes versus Armored Kossars is a great fight for them, especially with multiple units. These Exalteds free once more. Keep sending the blob forward. Anyone who's not fighting needs to change that. These can move up here and go after any of the big nasties in our way.
Decomposition!
Got him right in his neck. Really low health on the Drugina is pretty useful for us here. Through Forsaken, you actually move up after this Drugina. Blob will have the hounds come out and away. They can come on in around these armored Kossars. Both our fast movers can work on them together. Epidemius is obliterating this Drugina, and here he comes to help. Heals in this big blob here. Alright, Flyers. Here's your new target. Epidemius rocked the Dragina. Slow him down so he's not going anywhere. They charged in the horse archers to the main line, so our hounds would get caught up in them. Bold strategy. The rest of the Dragina's army is gone, so we'll send in the boys. We're getting some more heal. We don't even need the heals. We can just go for an explosion. Who needs heals when you can Blight Boil? Ooh, hang on now. Furies. Get away from there. Blight Boil, go. You are. For a moment. Now you're a pile of toxic sludge. How things change. Let me see if we can lock Boris down and force him to actually fight. Instead of running away from us and going after our minor settlements. Gotta round them up for as much experience as possible. Come on in, Toads. Get this group of Kossars next. There we are. As a proper roundup. Alright, a little bit of mic woes there, but we are back. So we got just up to skill rank 15 there. A ton of kills, not so many on our side, so we get to set up, replenish, and wait for Boris now. I like how that cycled from eliminate Boris to eliminate any Lord very quickly. Bloodfire Falls are under our control. We're going to use that to give us more infections. Let's get some Spiked Palisade up in the Howling Citadel. Well, if we can hold the line against Khorne, we don't know what the rest of this army looks like. Which can be an issue. So let's go Perpetual Pestilence here on Epidemius. That way all of our Exalted Plague Bearers we do summon in stay forever, which is a extremely good boon. I am actually going to grab the Locus of... Fecundity is normally what I go for, but the Locus of Contagion is like a Rants of Visitations, but useful. So I'm going to go for this on our healer instead. Let's do Increased Mobility and Spread Corruption on our Cultist. Him a Talisman of Endurance. Since Epidemius doesn't have a Talisman of Endurance, that's what he gets instead. Lovely metal. Alright, we'll repair what we have claimed then. If we can keep them away from the walls for that many turns, the Spike Palisade will be great. Launching Nurglings at them. Infections in this settlement. We can spin some of ours to rush this along. It'll just take one turn though, so that'd be a big old waste. Portboard, you come join up with Kevin. We're starting to deteriorate again. I don't think he has any new
Well met this
enemies,
night.
so we are likely to be it.
What do you have to say?
He actually likes the Slaneshi faction. Well, we're in trouble. If he likes us and no one else, or if he dislikes us and no one else only, that'd be they're going to be the next targets. Let's give you 1-2 more Nurglings, and we'll bide our time here. Let's get through. We're going to keep you here at the Crystal Spires.
Sickness is despair.
There's no real reason to keep you anymore, is there? So get you on out so we can keep recruiting more troops for the oncoming invasion for Malice. It said we had enough for a new unholy manifestation, but we may have dropped below our limit for the first blessing. So now we've got that back now. We'll just come on over to Kevin and give him the blessing, so he should be spreading plagues out to the Druki. Alright. Give it a turn, and with this in turn, I'm going to jump up and grab some snacks and some fuel to actually keep the stream going. Thanks so much for stopping by, those who have. Are we going to be up to... Oh, we can't go quite next to the next one. Had a good deal of fun here running around with Epidemius. This is not going to be quite as long of a stream as the previous two. We're going to go for about 4 hours, so we are closing in on that now. So maybe I'll go for a little longer than that. We'll stop at around 3:30. Central Standard Time. I'm going to hop up, go take a break for about 5 minutes while I grab a drink. Ooh, hang on now. Let's see how the siege works. What on earth? Why? Was he just selected? So he's moved on into siege. We can just finish him off with an auto-resolve. Beautiful. Exactly what I wanted. And he gets a plague too. Even better. Awesome. Be right on back. Alright, we're back. Took me a little bit longer than I initially intended because I stabbed a hole in my toe with a spike strip. You know, the edge of all the carpet, so I've got a nice new stab wound, which is lovely. And we'll play on through for now. We will go ahead and cease the recording here at 3:30 Central Standard Time, just so you all are aware, unless we've got some kind of crazy battle up and running. So now we've got Horus moving into our territory, so he's going to just crash on in then. Fair enough. Not much we can do about it except for turn and fight. Cultist camp, this is going to give us more plague spreading and more duration. What about instead we go for the spiked palisade because we're about to be under siege. He looks to be trying to take out our military buildings. He just left his faction to fall, which is not what you usually see.
No time to waste.
We gotta sprint after him before he does too much damage. So let's stop repairing the volcanoes. Well, it'll allow us to do more damage to him, won't it? Come at Boris. Your tactics are incredibly useful here. Throwing me off. Yeah, there's not a lot we can really do about it. He's got a plague currently that should be giving him some attrition. He's gonna be plague afflicted as well, so if we are fighting that one on the map, we'll at least have more damage flying his way. Let's do something. We're replacing a few of our Nurglings in Epidemius' army. We got 4 of them. That's actually that's a fine number. We'll do 3 Nurglings. Get us an additional Plague Bearer. And same thing over here. We'll just go Nurglings and Plague Bearers for Kevin. Yoink, grab all the guys we can. Okay, we give him a Attrition Plague. He's actually immune to all others, though, isn't he? Unfortunate. We give ourselves more movement. More movement. More cycle time for advanced military buildings and more missile resistance. Let's go more movement, more armor, and more Vanguard deploy. But we'll do that next turn when we actually have some movement left. We'll do that to start off the turn. Excellent. Currently have the Rotting Brain. For how many turns? Looks like it's going to be out this turn. Okay, so we'll go more infections over here. The toxic spores of the Tower of Torment and Burning Monolith. We got the growth building on in. Let's go for money, since we're probably about to lose some of our income sites. All right, Boris. It continues. I'm not gonna lie, my toe freaking hurts. That's a decisive defeat. Yeah, Boris is a nightmare. But we can likely do some decent damage to his Kossar dervishes. In an effort to not force Shell to sit through the long drawn out battle we're going to lose, we'll go ahead and auto-resolve this one, and we'll OP stacks it and runs. No, Kislev is going to just move into Nurgle's territory. Fair enough. We'll follow him as long as we have to. Time for Malice to jump in on the fight too, huh? He wants us to pay him or it's war. We've got no choice. Hindsight being what it is, we would absolutely finish off Malice, because I've had in my own testing, I have not gone after the Demon Prince and just taken down Malice first, which I think is the better call. Because now we've got pretty much a fully upgraded Malice who's going to be asking for money every turn, and he's likely going to be declaring war on us either way. For diplomatic relations with all of the demon factions, though, is perfect. Go ahead and jump in for our Plague, movement, armor, Vanguard deploy on Epidemius. Yes, infect him. Thank you kindly. We can get moving towards the Port of Secrets. It looks like he's going to be building up more Kislevite warriors. Hour of Flies also is tier 1. Now we can't quite reach, but we are going to move right on into the Port of Secrets.
Convey your marks, the little one.
But oh, I thought he could reach. That was great for a second, but now we've moved on in. If we can convince Boris he can handle us all at the same time with these armies, we can deal with the whole lot at once. So let's start channeling and hope he doesn't go after the volcano's heart, which he likely will. So we will come on back over to the Bilius. Hey, cliffs. Upgrade these up to tier 3. Also pray those can go in before Sabbatha attacks us. We're caught between a Malice and a Boris place. It's no good right now. We'll go Soul Blight to weaken armor, help us rip through their health. More trading for the lads is definitely needed. And we need to wait for the buildings to cycle. Such is the way. Extra replenishment rate. Let's come on back down to the military. We need to boost up our boys a bit more. Highly infectious gives them even more physical resistance, up to what? 35% in Epidemius' army? Let's do specimen collection down to ravenous tadpoles. That way our cavalry is quite a bit heavier and can pull themselves out of the fight that much easier. More weapon strength for flying units also sounds very good. Lots of good upgrades here.
A great boon.
Great boon. Sabbatha is able to be infected by plagues once more. But that's probably not the best call. We'll drop them down back on Malachi, who has allowed them to wear off. We've got 3 more turns before we get effect there, but we couldn't come after Krakadrak or Chuck Trocket and let that kind of bounce around here. If we could get up into the rampant plagues, we would be doing really good. Yeah, let's set up a cultist. We can't really get very close, though, is kind of the only issue. Do a cultist here. Let's go Nurgle corruption, ones that don't matter so much. Winds of Magic, and like, let's go for ammunition's actually pretty good for us. Melee attack, sure. We will summon the cultist here at the Tower of Torment. Get him on his way. We are starting to run lower on the infections, but come down and deliver that to Slanesh. Enjoy your sensations. Like Citadel is back under siege? Really? Leave. Didn't mean to eat those captives. I meant to snack on them as infections, but we'll take it either way, and we will continue this Howling Citadel's progress. Epidemius, thankfully, is between that and Boris, so we shouldn't have to worry about him taking over any of our stronger settlements. Volcano's Heart, though, is likely about to fall. Alright. Another stress-filled intern. Person, Revivalists, and Boris are going to come all on over at once. Can we just auto-resolve these clowns and get rid of them? We could, but we would then lose our Furies and our Toads. Okay, Boris, once more into the breach. Since you do have a Plague, we have the Plague-afflicted ability for all of his units, and then -6 leadership, so they're down to 59 for the normal Kossars, which is great. So they'll also be taking damage as they're throwing hands. This should go even better than the auto-resolve. Thinks it will. Let's find out. Good old Sev him short sword. Ain't scared of you? And your frilly hat? We're covered in maggots. I'll just throw one of these at you and see how you react. He is completely crawling with them. They went all in on Epidemius' nasty factor. Let's start deployment. Likely they're going to be hiding right back here with Boris. So we'll kind of sweep up through this set of the trees. Let's do Nurglings to be the anti-cavs. So actually I'm going to have Plague Bearers up front. Sets of 2. Same thing, but we're going to have one of our normal bears in the back, so it's going to be less of a box now. Exalted Boys in the center. condense it up a little bit more. It's still going to be a blob. These two guys are going to be in squares. That way they can go on around, get a nice flank. Nurglings. These are the elite ones. We'll have them, say, on this side. Nurglings in the center to surge through, and on the other edge to catch any arrows. Glorious. Demon Spew can also stay behind because they're so good at blending through infantry. Have the Warhounds up to scout. Other beasts, and then we'll have the Toads actually sticking with the army because they're so slow. If they get caught out by faster units or porous, they'll get blended up pretty fast. We don't need to lose more Toads. My favorite Nurgle unit for now. They get to evolve into dragons later on. Epidemius up front. Second Epidemius, and then our cultist. Heroes, infantry, beasts. Begin. We'll come over at him like this. We're going to move at max speed, which is quite slow here for us Nurgles. Let's have Toads continue to stick with the force because they get slowed down really bad by the woods. We're going to go around them then. Guess those plague bearers decided to do a little spin instead of moving into position. Love to see it. Epidemius, there's the enemy boyar. Go give him a hug. Oh, I can't wait to use the Locus of Contagion with the Plague Afflicted. With, I think, what Epidemius is doing naturally. So much damage over time. I would also like to see a little bit of a change to Nurgle where they are still able to be affected by poison, but instead of debilitating your troops, it actually is going to speed them up and give them a slight bump to their attack. So it's basically just do the exact opposite that it does to other armies. It's a bit strange when you're fighting Gorst. You'll be throwing hands with zombies that are poisoning your plague bearers and you're taking the debuff, and they're able to completely shrug yours off. Part of what makes Gorst such a big deal. Keep moving. Toad's up too. We've got him good and surrounded. I've also got now a Mochi sitting in my lap. He is making biscuits. As long as your kneading doesn't cause any pain, you can stay. Alright, Epidemius, I guess I've decided not to send you into the middle of the fight, which is not allowed. Beastie, head in here and start causing some issues on these Kossars. We have to kind of wait for everyone else to arrive. And we've got a secondary wave of Kislevites in the back that we really don't want to charge into without knowing what we're capable of. So let's go Cultist, get in there. And let's send in the Nurglings. The Nurglings, you go first. Go find you some Kislevite warriors and give them a hug. Beastie, you do the same. We'll have you guys... well, the cavalry's coming out, so we'll just maul them when they get a little bit closer. Epidemius, you go bully the boyar. Let's have you come up and drop the rancid visitations on this boyar as well. We'll bring in the rest of the lads over the top. So, grenades, you try to chuck those at Boris. Everything else is kind of pile in here. Look at all that damage they're taking. Just the small damage over time is just much more intense than it seems like it would be. We'll go wide here, have these hounds go round. Go get these dervishes. Hit these horse archers here. Toads, come on in. Epidemius is just fine. Give him the outbreak and move on through. Blight Boil on this blob of fools, although there's a bigger one here. Get him in the middle of them. Rancid visitations on Boris, who has now made it through our line somehow. There's some aggressive push through on him. Give you the Wand of Jet. And then, oh wait, that actually increases cooldowns. I forgot. I go charge into melee to actually get them with the Plague Afflicted. Got a unit of spawn here. Our hounds are struggling a little bit, so let's get them on through into the Kossars so they can start regenerating. Maul these dervishes. Have the Toads come back and get another charge. Or even just charge into these warriors, that'll work just fine. Epidemius heal. Where's my mage? Mage heal. There he is. Found him. Locus of Death. How much magic do we have left? 73. We should probably save and not use it on the Miasma of Pestilence, because poor Boris is being grenaded out of existence. There's no Geneva in Warhammer. Even if there was, Nurgle would ignore it. Anyone who has pushed through abilities, go ahead and try. Let's get the rest of our flyers up in the air, and after the surviving archers. Come on, you do the same. Just gotta smash into this blob. So as soon as I have another Blight Boil, we are deleting the rest of these guys here. Doom is upon you, Kislev. It was a slow-mo. Disgusting. And Skadoosh. It's glorious. And slightly sparkly. It's too much, too many liquids all in one spot. Game's having a heart attack. His explosion effect is much more effective now than I was giving it credit for. That was a lot of damage. Well, poor Boris. Wasn't much of a Pyrrhic victory after all. The plague-ridden attack. Those of you not losing skin and sheets, run for the hills. Although the hills might give you a lick on the way out. Where are your spines? Quote always makes me chuckle. They're all over the ground. It's not good. Just look around. There's plenty of spines. Send you guys into grenade chucking mode. And hopefully we don't do too much damage. They're friendly lads that are in the way. Second group of exalted boys. Summon on in. We'll end the battle before we kill Boris. That way we don't have to deal with a full health replacement. Right, I had to remove Mochi. Oh, she's back, never mind. You don't get to remove a cat for very long, do you? Welcome back. Be good or else. I'll frown at you. Golden sword goes to the Blight Boil user, because, of course. A shower of acid tends to deal with most foes pretty well. Close victory, we didn't really lose much at all. This should be the end for Boris. Now we can focus fully on Malice, thank goodness. Let's take the extra infections. How did you guys get so far away? That's crazy. Good on ya. They turned on the jet boosters on the left. Zooming my map back out. We'll do... You're not on my timetable. Hello, Bok Bok. He wants... non-aggression. Where even are you? We've got 4 settlements. Sure, I guess we'll make friends with this game, and they do tend to spread pestilence quite nicely. Law marks have been made. Yes, yes, it is agreed. Every time I leave the screen, it ruins the marker. Sword of Might, and now we've got the Festering Stooges, which are an amazing ROR unit. Nigh indestructible. Ooh, we've got the Nemesis Crown, finally. So, Visions of the Empire. The ancient and powerful artifact known as the Nemesis Crown whispers to you from somewhere in the Empire, promising great power should it be taken into your stewardship. Visions flood your mind, revealing a glimpse of its location. The crown lies near a mountain range in the Empire. Well, there's plenty of those, so that's very, very specific. So use any of your characters to search for the Nemesis Crown based on the clue above. Having a character start a turn in the correct province will reveal the location of the Nemesis Crown marker. This is the new free LC campaign mechanic, and it is insane. If you're able to claim the Nemesis Crown, it gives you all sorts of crazy buffs, but it will give you, of course, diplomatic relation penalties with everyone around you as you are becoming the Nemesis, as it says in the name. If you can combine that with the Sword of Cain, though, before we throw the battle down, you can combine it with the Sword of Cain, though, you can get all sorts of horrifying capabilities on the battlefield. Locus of Virulence. And let's finish off your magic lines. Let's do magic reserves. We have a little bit more spells to sling, more mobility, and more corruption here for Cons. Alright, I should be able to auto-resolve Boris. Please. Take the replenishment because, well, no, we're fine. We need all of the extra infections for more diseases. If we can get up into the rampant tally, we're in a lot of buffs. And then we can summon 2 spawn per battle. Well, we've got a Rotfly for our hero. That is amazing. It tries to slay our Warhounds. The purest of shenanigans. Alright, well, we will finish off his unique skills with the Plague Lord's favorite, which is going to drop the immunity duration for all of our future plagues, and then it's going to drop how much it costs to cast plagues, or create plagues faction-wide. Blueberg, who is now flying around on a big bloated fly, give you Blight Boil, has been very MVP here against Kislev, and then the Infernal Champion. Their end is due. Can we deal with him without losing the Hounds? No, and you know what, that's fine, because we can replace the Hounds with the Barons of the Bog. So that's an upgrade. Shove them on into the incubation pods and pull them out when they're ready. We can rebuild. We can rebuild. They're both of these, and I don't know that they're actually capable of dealing with the Volcano's Heart anymore, so we will come on into there, be nice and cheeky. I think we just want more gold. These buildings do generate quite a bit of money. They get you 50 more as long as you have more growth. So, you know what, I'll take it back. Let's grab the Weeping Creepers, and we can shift that over later on. Now they're staying at bay for now. We can summon in some Plague Toads and some Rotflies. I would prefer to get the ones that have Riders, so I'm not going to grab them on Epidemius. But I will snag the Barons of the Bog. I will also bind you two together and give my troops the Festering Stooges. RORs all over the place. Festering Stooges have the Festering Gate, which will be healing themselves as long as they're in melee. So good. It'll also be regenerating or resurrecting dead combatants. It'll heal first, but if they have a full hit points on their individual units, it'll start resurrecting models, which is insane. They've also got the Gloom of Flies, which can cause terror, and has a little bit more melee defense when they're engaged in melee. As far as the Barons of the Bog, they are going to drop enemy mass, weapon damage, and armor-piercing weapon damage as long as they're in melee, 55 meters. And they're going to have the Miasma of Rot, so as long as their friendly units are less than 50% health, they will be healing 1% vigor per second. So it's a little bit of a recharge on their stamina. Because the Pox Riders are riding around and handing out Nurgle Gatorade bottles. Monolith of Festerlung, we can get Cultist Camp of Salt, recruitment costs in the local province minus 10%, and a nice little bump to our income. Yes, please. I really like the rework to the Nurgle economy. You can actually field soldiers now. What a crazy thought. Can't afford them just yet, so we won't add them into the armies. What I will do, though, generate ourselves a new plague over here. Well, they've switched themselves up again, have they? So now we've got extra corruption. Let's do extra income, missile resistance, and then casualty replenishment rate, because we're going to start recruiting in troops with them, and we'll give that to the Bilious Cliffs. Yoink. I would hope it spreads on over to Blackrock. Evan, you pop out. We really need you to start regenerating. You might have to sacrifice the cliffs. So you come on away, but we do need to start regenerating your winds of magic, because when you drop below a certain threshold, you'll actually lose replenishment, you lose leadership, you lose 10% of your resistance, which is terrible for demons. Just terrible. Here's the Plate of Illusions. Let's go ahead and snag growth. Growth and control. I'm going to switch this one off of Foster Colts over to growth and control as well. Then we'll go ahead and end the turn. Egrim's also bringing on some plague over to the Slaneshi, so we should have a few more, hopefully, up and running. Fortunately, Archaon looks to be more in a burning the place down instead of starting a whole squad of Norskins, so there won't be as many Norskin factions over there to spread plagues to at the moment. Hopefully, he decides to change that. Or we could just move in and claim them ourselves. Alright, for the Alliance. Banner of Unholy Victory. 12% more weapon damage and 10 leadership. That's pretty solid. Especially on one of your heroes. Epidemius the Grievous, so he sprouts 2 more arms and has a real issue with Kenobi for some reason. I'm gonna give you the plague, that way whoever you fight also gets one. Should be awesome. Now we're at 8. Dark and Dread times, Egrim Putris has fallen. And now we don't have to pay for his upkeep anymore.
Face to face is best.
Finally deal with Boris and focus on Malice. Get you out of here. Islev, finish. And now we've got Bilius, Thunderguff, the Chaos Giant. 750 favor, an Obsidian Amulet, and even more infections. And the fall of the Urson Revivalists. So when you build up your magics, go ahead and give you a couple more Rot Flies, and then like so. Forest of Decay. Since we lost the Tower of Flies, we're hurting a little bit for our growth. Let's just upgrade here to the Nurgle Hollow for rebuilding, and then put the income building in there. That way we can recruit Bilius Thunderguff in for our secondary army. Epidemius will get Blade Shield almost over to Pestilent Decay.
The unending project.
Taunts will do the same thing, so I'll give you hard to hit, that way you're a little bit more tanky. He already has Sundered Armor ability, which is really, really good for a hero.
1, 2.
Or if you don't know, it is dropping armor by 30. Get any quest battles besides just the Sands of Sickness? I'm not quite ready for the Sands of Sickness. We need stronger units. I'm gonna get rid of these Chaos Warhounds.
Serve at Nurgle's whim.
And then we'll probably replace them with the Pox Riders when we're able. But where's the cycle I add on that one? Oh, is it still not built yet? That one took forever to build. That's crazy. Alright, fair enough. We've got stuff that needs to be built in the Plate of Illusions. That is the Port of Secrets. Now we gotta rebuild, don't we? Well, let's do something different here, where we just go ahead and upgrade the Unclean Copes instead. We'll save. Mammoths to pass out. Let's go full growth and control and burn. Ooh, a secondary army's gonna be stacking up there. That's not suspicious at all.
This tallyman
Rog says, please join his war with the Masters of Innovation. Oh, he wants a military alliance. You're about to get destroyed. What? No. Please come fall with me. Get out of here, you. Some specimen collection, so there's no words that can accurately describe the sickly substance which seeps from the pores of a red ague's host. The Nurgle himself fondly calls it crimson honey. Oh, no thanks. Sword of Cain has been claimed by Raltha. About time. Malachi's doing very well. Wonder if he actually has any different... He's a normal dwarf faction after all. We don't get to see what his lads are looking like. He just got a Thane here. I do really like the orange. Beaming for the Dawi. So Epidemius is likely going to be our one that clashes with Malachi. I would like to try to do that too. So it's either going to be fight with Malachi or fight with Malice. Kind of end up our stream here. I'd like to not even have to fight with Malice. It's looking to not be the case though. So we're going to circle back around with Epidemius to the Port of Secrets. And I'm going to get into a fight with Malachi to try to show off what his units are capable of. It's gonna be a bad time for us. I hope you're ready. Get rid of... Well, I guess we'll combine the Furies. Pick one of them out, and then we'll get drones and Pox Riders. Can't afford both, can we? I think the drones are a good call to get for aerial units. See if we can afford them at next turn. We've got a lot of buildings that are nearing completion. They're just not quite there. So Epidemius will sit here for a turn. Unfortunately, we can't. Not building up any magic at all, so we'll switch over into a channeling stance, and then we'll strike out after maybe the Winter Pyre. Alright, alright. Ilias Cliff is actually pretty well defended now, so we'll move Kevin the Slimy back on in. How much is the Thundergov to recruit? Oh, he's quite expensive. 520. Yuck Supreme. Well, we'll be able to afford you soon. Clan Ferric once all the way up to a defensive alliance. Sure, let's give me some Skaven units. You've got 4 settlements. Surely you've got some good stuff. Let's find out. Oh, we can at least get some Warfire Throwers. And even the Grinders, you don't have very good units at all. Clan Ferric, you're messing up. We'll go ahead and not spend any gold on your outposts because those are just some pretty lame Skaven units, I can't lie. You better. Alright, looks like we've discovered Archaon looking to ambush. But who were you after, sir? This is great. These plagues should spread out excellently. I'm having a bit of a nurgly tickle in the throat. Hang on, I'm gonna try to not cough in the mic. However, your ears have hopefully been saved. I am now barely alive. Thank you, grandfather. Yes. Let's get the Taliban moving. We're at 209 on the upkeep, so we would probably have to get normal Plague Toads. Fox Riders are so much better. I mean, as you can see, the stats are much better on the defense. They've only got a little bit more attack, but much more defense, much more leadership. They're not going to fizzle away to nothing the second they charge into some Slayers. We may just grab these ranged guys here. They're a little bit cheaper. And they could add poison. Poison and armor piercing is pretty dang solid. Do we get to replenish out on the sea? Glorious. Malachi, prepare yourself. Go all the way over to Winterpire. Hopefully this draws him back as well. I don't mind fighting a whole squad of Dawi here at Winterpire with Malachi, at least just to show his battle off.
Slayer.
He still only has one summon. I don't know if you could increase this at all. I don't know. We have no clue how he works. Kaisen's Persuader. Oh, it lets you heal? You can heal artillery and war machines. Alright, Malachi. I am definitely not looking forward to fighting you. You can guarantee that much. Alright, Plague Ahoy. Let's go for Nurgle Corruption, because that is a blessed one. Let's go for... Upkeep is all we get. Let's do melee attack and... Armor or attrition. Let's go armor, because it's immediate. We'll increase the spread as much as we can, duration as much as we can, and can we increase the immunity to drop how much it costs? Sadly, no, but this is an incredibly expensive cultist, but we're gonna do it. Yoink, and away. See if we can't land you ashore instead of just immediately attacking Winterpire. It may not spread then, so we'll go after the altar of spawns.
My work is vital.
Ooh, gross. Income is impacted. Oh, but only barely. We're fine. Evan, you hold the line now that your magic has dropped below again, which is not really what I want to see. Let's kick out one of these Nurglings just so I don't have to pay for them. And then we'll end the turn. Building upgrade, where? Ooh, that is enticing. Let's do it. We're very low, but that is a pretty nice amount of gold extra. Yoink. We're living dangerous now that we're coming over here to fight Malachi. Oh, don't go up that way. That's not fair. You're gonna go fight the other Kevin, and that's gonna be a horrible battle. Let's show off you just bullying my Nurglings. Now there's at least Kun Sourscowl here. He's definitely not looking to get jumped. Let's bring... Well, see, here's the thing. We attack Winterpire. He's gonna likely run. So let's go ahead and give you the Plague. He's likely to run up towards the Altar of Spires and infect that for us. We're up to 3. We've lost a lot of our plagues. We're no longer surging. That's not super great. Shipwreck. Be kind. Do not crash the game. It's time to fight some vampirates. We're gonna have to throw down with this one, otherwise it's gonna take out a ton of our front line. So let's charge on in and bully these vampirates. Gotta still worry about these gunnery mob and the depth guard. They'll blend through our lads like they're made of butter, but everything else we should be able to run right over. And we will not end the stream until we fought Malachi. Even if it's on the losing side. Start deployment, and we are going to have this for our Frolickers Bubonic. We're not going to be able to hide in the woods, are we? Nah, either way, we'll have you on the sides. There's not a lot of flanking you can really do with Nurgle because of how slow they are. We have a couple units that can move in pretty quickly, though, being our flyers. We are just going to get bunched up and charge straight across after them. We'll go Festering Stooges and the other grenade guys on the sides. Epidemius up front. They're definitely going to take the brunt of the fire if we can help it. The shotguns do hurt. Toads coming through the woods then. Flyers together, and then the Barons of the Bog as well. Sweet. Let's get the single entities, the infantry. Got a lot of infantry now, and our war beasts. Let's go you. Forsaken with our Nurglings. Onward to deal with some pirates. on the other side of the hill. That way they have to come up and hopefully don't have as much use with their explosives or their gunpowder weapons. Nurglings come up. We want them to be not fighting depth guard. No matter what, they cannot fight the depth guard. We can get them standing still and trying to fire. That would be just brilliant. Not you, I don't want you standing still. These shotguns, though, go for it. They know what my plan is. Epidemius, summon your friends in the middle here. Beast, we've got to go through. Stooges, hit them. Nurglings, you just jive on in. Epidemius take a little bit of damage, that's fine. He can heal up. He can give us more damage himself. He can explode the fools and move his way on through. Get the excellent charge through. What else? Come on up and fight. Raids and visitations. Thank you kindly. So just keep using that Hulk to get through. Realize they're fighting depth guard there, sprinting to give them help. In fact, oh, you're out of magics. Come on back over here. Let's drop the Locus of Virulation Contagion. No interruptions. Oh, we left one of our Forsaken back here. Definitely needed them. Going around with your axes. Toadies, smash the boys. Poor vampires. You were having a bad time there with those depth guard, but everyone else did just fine. I'm sure we're about to see lots of friendly fire. How about you calm down? And we have sent them back to the afterlife. Now onward to irritate the orange stunties. You can do it, Warhammer. We believe in you. There it is. Alright, so we'll take the replenishment there to better deal with Malachi's guys. Get a Torment Blade. Drops melee attack and damage. And then get materials at sea. A lot more income from all our buildings. We're not going to be lured into a trap there with that one. We need to move in. Deal with Winterfire. Rog is fighting them. We'll just offer to join your war. Or I guess we'll take a defensive alliance. And join your war with the... No, we'll just join your war with the Masters of Innovation. I don't really want to fight a Shut just yet either. Just take the gold. Thanks, Throg. Filling our coffers. Now let's make Malachi mad. So we'll get more Blade Shield with Epidemius. We've got a ton of melee defense at this point. Arcane Conduit for you. More Deadly Blade hard to hit. Or more melee defense, that is. And then we'll go replenish troops. You better be actually able to land here. You were played last time by the movement. Alright, we will auto-resolve this one. We don't really lose any. That was very tentative. Then we'll loot and occupy. Now, Oh, where did you get all these guys? Lovely. I'm not going to show the icons for those units, because I'm not trying to cause any issues, but we are going to be fighting against DLC units for sure here. Goblin Hewers, Grudge Thrower, Catapults, and Cannons. This is going to be a, probably a hellish fight. We deserve it. Okay, so Ilias Cliffs, let's go for more defenses and a better port. Yeah, it gives us more infections too, that's great. And then maybe also even more growth would be pretty good, because we can start working towards the growth bonuses. Should activate across all the buildings there. Alright, alright. Who hasn't been moved? Just Kevin. Okay, we'll leave you where you're at, Kevin. We may give you a couple more troops, though, to kind of convince Malachi he doesn't want to come fight. But he still might choose to. In fact, we give you the Thunder Guff. Let's wait for that when we're ready to fight. We'll grab Thunder Guff before Malachi moves in. And the turn. Unless they all decide to leave, that would be really lame. Profitably. We need to fight against the Ropsman clan. That I can do. You're offering me a good deal of gold for it, too. 13. That's your willing to offer 1350. Wants this very much. I agree, except. Interesting allies we have made here with the Skaven. Looks like Malachi's guys ran away, which is really lame. Nurgle is ascended, though, which is not what we want, because we don't want to lock our guys in place. So we'll come on up. We're going to fight 3 armies at once, but win or lose, we're still throwing down with Malachi. Let's do extra melee defense there. Move up to hit the Altar of Spawns, which we will... We'll have to fight our Scowl first, him and all his artillery. We'll auto-resolve this one. Yeah, it's not actually that bad at all. We will sack the settlement and try to convince Malachi he needs to come up and reinforce it. Make it back into friendly territory to replenish. Excellent, and then we can have our duel. So let's go more health for Epidemius. He's absolutely going to need it. We'll do Fleshy Abundance here with Blueberg.
Triumph in totality.
Have you increase mobility one more time, just in case we need to get a little bit further. Give you the Talisman of Preservation for even more ward save. Purveyor of Mortality is perfectly fine. We'll combine with a few more of these, though, just to... We're rocking with the best stuff. I like Helm of Discord. We'll give you, though, the Trick Helm. Torment Blade. Ward save is always good stuff. You can combine up the Dragon Helm and the Shield of Tolos. Or a Brass Cleaver. I like this for you. Oh, a Talisman of Endurance as well, and then a Trickster Shard could be not useful for Malachi. Let's combine up the Scrolls of Blast here, see if we get anything good. Yoink. Sword of Strife. Not this time. Where is maxed out as I think we can get. All we need now is the Bilious Thunderguff, which we'll go ahead and acquire now. Oh, can I combine you with the other? No, that'd be too easy, huh? Give me my final Power War unit, and it's time to brawl. Our flies will go gold. Infections. More growth. And we'll end the turn. Bring your blimp, Malachi. just took down Throg. We've got the Ravenous Tadpole, so our war beasts are faster. He decided to stay back. That is unfortunate.
Fine. Come.
Don't be like that, Malachi.
We will fill their numbers.
Occupy. We'll send out another plague.
Taliban.
Let's go attrition, melee defense, and less ammunition sounds good. Increase the chance to spread. We'll send this guy on out. Excellent. Absor. Sick 'em. This will also at least keep our tally of pestilence up high enough where we're getting the Urfather's blessing and the research bump. But Throg's sending his guys that are just leveling up Malachi for them, which is exactly what we want to see. Our gold here. The rest of the Empire is doing just fine, but we'll grab our skills and last through another turn. Health and abundance. As for our next technology, I've used up a little bit too much of our infections. We can't go through the contagious horde. We'll come on back around then and just get overcoming resistance is leadership and melee defense. Those are both great. Let's do highly infectious though to make our demonic units even tankier.
A great boon.
I wasn't even really worried about repairing any of this. Will repair as it does. I'm here to fight one final battle against Malachi. Let's do Blessing of Nurgle on you, in case there are any. That's just for this province, isn't it? See any plagues there at all? We won't. Skip through, and that'll be another turn. Malachi, where are you going? I'm over here. Absolutely not. This stream will go on forever. Like Truth is gone. We've got a new cult in the Shattered Stone Bay, which is beautiful. I will go ahead and quickly put in a new Plague Cult Hospice. Infections and gold. Since the Lord's present in one of them, we're getting it everywhere, which is beautiful. Back up here to the north, where Malachi might start hitting us in the back, but if we start losing settlements down here, so be it. Just trying to get into a fight with him.
Finding more symptoms.
I won't even hide. I'll walk right over here towards you. We also need the extra magic. Alright. Here's Lord not move, damage building. In turn. Soon. Or he's gonna come through here and go fight someone else. Time to go fight the rats. Or he's just gonna march away. He did exactly what we said he would do, though. Guess the AI is not keen on fighting land battles at all anymore. That's the change we got to land battles. They refuse. Well, if he went to march, that means he's come over here to the Forbidden Citadel. We've just got to keep following him. Alright, onward to the Monolith of Flesh. Keep cleaning up his lands as we go. Should lose absolutely nothing in that auto-resolve. We will absolutely loot and occupy. Gain some gold for our troubles here. I see no reason to repair any of this except for maybe the harbors for the extra infections. I'll just leave the altar of spawns as is because it's likely to fall. He could probably have come across the sea and hit Kevin and dealt with him before Epidemius even showed up, so I'm Curious as to why they decided to retreat back through to the interior here, where they have no actual reinforcements and just enemies all around. Weird strategy. Oh, the volcano explodes pus now? No. That is not allowed. And we passed by Malachi's turn, and all we saw was one of his heroes come on over here. Wolfric wants probably some good deals, not aggression pact. Sounds good. Finally some allies. Skaven are like, what about us? You don't count. Archaon's likely to find you disturbing soon. I think the update has made Nurgle the hardest faction to remove from their land once they've settled in. They're pretty difficult to get out. They're one of those settlements, they're one of those factions that is very slow to actually build up. Where those first couple buildings here, the first couple tiers of town, pretty weak. You could run this over easily. But as soon as you start getting in those towers, it becomes very difficult. Their towers seem to be extra tough. Malachi. You're not even besieging the town, you're just standing here.
I'm busy.
I'm busy. Fair enough. Should we go ahead and drop into an ambush then? We're going to lose a little bit more of our magic, but maybe we can convince him that the Monolith of Flesh is good and fleshy. Good for him to take. We'll go ahead and start building something there. Everything we can to try to lure him in. We'll do more armor for our cultist. Alright then. Yeah, that'll be our turn. I'm just trying to hunt down Malachi. He's just standing there aggressively staring at the Sarl. I'm sure half of them have already run away in pure terror. His little eyeball, goggle, majiggies go different ways. He's like a chameleon. But in Slayer form with a shotgun, which is terrifying. Nemesis Crown, another vision. Looks like Sylvania is where the Nemesis Crown is now lying. We're much closer to it. We might get to that in another Epidemius stream, but for this one we shall end with a battle against Malachi. Of course he's going to have a lot of Dawi coming out of the Forbidden Citadel, which is going to stink. But such is the way. Before we go on in though, let's drop in a plague on him. Attrition isn't going to work out, so let's find something to weaken his barge. Drop their speed even more. These aren't great combined here. Let's maybe go for... Got not a lot of good options. Fleshy Abundance could be good for us, though. More melee defense, so we can give it to us instead of them. Yeah, let's debuff them. Growth and speed. So armor, less speed. We'll hunt them down. Summon an Epidemius.
Yours will be a fruitful death.
Glorious.
Cultist
And get him.
of the plague god.
Target is currently immune to plagues. Oh, really? Well, ain't that the way? Is that one of Malachi's special abilities? Because I don't think he's had one. Or never mind, it's just not showing up. He absolutely did. We just saw it. This is the Forbidden Citadel now. Epidemius. Armor to the battle. Trying to make it fancy didn't work out at all. So Malachi still has himself some Doom Seekers. Fast for a dwarf. There's only 32 of them. Like champions. And if Doom Seekers from the lore have whirly axes, they should still have that here. Let's do it. What is this item they have? Should have checked on it out there. It's like a coat. Likely the coat of pure impenetrability to Nurglish attacks. Brimstone gun, so we are going to need to deal with his Air Force quickly with our own drones and Furies, if we can. How exciting. And here he is. Malachi himself. Triple-barreled shotgun, everyone needs one. He looks great. Easily the most unique dwarf model we've got so far. I mean, he doesn't have Ungrim with him. Or not Ungrim, but Garagrim with him, but that will be just fine. Oh, bro, I think he has. Where are the Doom Seekers at? Here they are. Oh, yeah, they absolutely have whirly axes. Oh, they're about to do terrible things to my line. I'm not going to be so bold as to show off their stat lines, but you can absolutely take a look at them here. This is likely to be my new favorite dwarf unit. I guarantee you they are doomstackable, at least against probably horde armies for sure. So flamethrowers, there's all sorts of nasty stuff for dealing with Nurgle. We can nullify a lot of it though by coming through this set of woods, so we'll do that with our cav. Right. And fighting the Dawi is always spooky, especially now. We definitely want to come to the woods, because otherwise those cannons are going to make mincemeat of our line. We should have gone for the Vanguard deployment on our troops. Should have double checked to see if Malachi was immune or not, but we will make do. Guys, back in the back, because we're going to try to use you to deal with the helicopters that might be brave enough to get closer. These would be the guys trying to convince Malachi that we're not going around the sides. Definitely are. Plague Toads, hide you in the woods. Flyers, absolutely not. Thunder Guff, which we are going to send in after Malachi. Also, he seems to have lost Gotrek and Felix somewhere along the way. He gets to start with them. You up and around. Group all together. We'll have our Nurglings. May not be a bad idea to have them hide, but I think that the gyrocopters will find them pretty quickly. So we'll just deploy them up front and have them get involved with the miners with the blasting charges. If anyone needs to get blown up, we'll let it be our Nurglings. Start, and we need to start moving up the side quickly. Come on, ult, don't fail me now. They're going to rotate themselves as well, but we can at least use the forest as a bit of a shield here. So let's have these two plague bearers kind of move up together. Those and Furies come wide. We want to make sure we are attracting the right targets on those helicopters. And are picking shots, but luckily it is... they're firing on the plague bearers, so we can hide them in the woods and things. Light boil to try to eliminate these cannons. That's some kind of ability active. Cannonball grape shot. Hello. Come on, my Nurgly hordes, move! Get them all except for the Nurglings. Bring them up into the woods. And these Barons of the Bog also will send them wide. harass the brimstone guns. I don't mind doing so from the woods if we can. Plague bearers, move on up to the woods yourselves. You're getting shot at by Malachi, but I think you can handle it. The cannons actually handled the light boil much better than I expected, so we probably want to save his magics for healing. Reinforcements from the settlement. Now we're in for it. Right, looks like we are getting bombed because I didn't check out what's going on this side, so we'll just send in the Furies. They're now far enough away that we should be able to punish that hard. Send these Plague Bearers around, even though it's going to be a little bit of a taxing journey. Oh, and there's the Spirit of Grungni. We'll slow things down. He has summoned on in his war machine. Incredible looking. Brewed by all Slayers. Which I'm betting the normal Thunder Marchers are going to have your typical Thunderers on them, but these are brewed by what looks to be Slayer Pirates. Or these could be, I'm not sure. It's a different model than your typical Thunderer, though. That's for sure. So now things get real spicy. Move in on these Great Weapon Warriors. Have the others move wide. Oh yeah, that's an insane amount of damage there from the Spirit. All back. Don't mind if the rest of the Dobby want to form up in one position. That'll work just fine for me. Keep moving and harassing those units. Toads, come on away. Please use that mass to get out of there. Look at the damage coming out of the blimp. We also don't know how long it's going to last. It says it's going to be a temporary summon. I guess just how temporary, we'll find out.
Joyfully, I move.
Alright, time to come out of the woods. Maybe not yet. The flamethrower is easily dealt with our skirmish cab. We're a little bit too wide here, and the AI can easily micro everything at the same time. We need to then move on this force. We can easily hold off the normal guys. We'll hit blasting charge, boys, and you come over to get these quarrelers. Light boil into this Labadawi. Those guys there as they set up. Charge them back in, kind of foolish style. See if we can get the grenades on the Spirit of Grungni. Alright, Toads, we need to try to smash a hole. Guys, fall back, make sure you don't get too far extended. Get the cannons. No matter how many of you fall. Epidemius, if you can go duel with Malachi, I'm sure that would be extremely key. Bugbears get in there. We can go for some heals onto this group. Drop the attack on, I guess, these miners. No one else really has any here. Cundity on Epidemius. As long as he's alive, we're cooking. All of our Exalteds keep trying to chuck those nades at the Spirit. See if we can drag it on down. Pull these Toads through. Flyers are in the back, so we'll have them come on up and take down the surviving artillery crews. Ilias, you waddle on into combat. What are you up to down back there? Go find some Dawi. Flank in here, we'll have the cultists go after this Master Engineer. Spirit of Grungni is now out of here. I guess they're leaving. They've got groceries. Who do we need to slow down then? Probably these Thunderers. We can have Epidemius come on in and bully them. Light boil on this big blob of Dawi, even though if they are mostly resistant to it, it's still going to do plenty of damage. Flamethrowers are getting our Thunderguff. We can actually watch the melee animations on these axes. Oh, good grief. Right in time. I don't think any of the Doomseekers have fallen yet. No, they've only lost one. Just roll in there and stop those Thunderers from firing. Epidemius, you got caught up in the middle there. Anyone who's not currently fighting, go find a big blob of guys to give a hug to. You duel with them. Doomseekers. You fall back so you can chuck the grenades at the Doomseekers and you go wide on them. Those are having a hard time pushing away from these Dwarf Warriors. They should just kind of smash in just fine. Bolt throwers are gone. Go after them. Heals for our Plague Red are having all sorts of problems. Give them this violent wind. You chuck nades at the Doomseekers and you do the same. Malachi and his Master Engineer throwing hands with Epidemius and his cultist. See how well the grenades are doing against the Doomseekers. Then I'm at 24 of them, so that's probably going to be the way. You're definitely going to want to hit them with nothing that is infantry-based. Otherwise, they'll just blend right through it. Malachi is starting to take some pretty serious damage. We can go ahead and drop his melee attack. Furies, you go over here and help out with this nonsense. Plague Toads, you're frolicking, but taking a lot of damage, so frolic smarter. Malachi's main forces are done, so it's just himself and his Doomseekers. Let's pull any demons we can away from the Doomseekers and let Ilias handle them. Their weakness is likely single entity. Oh yeah, another model just falls. One over to drop your Locust on Malachi. Each swing of that gigantic tree trunk. When the tree doesn't work, give him a shout. Oh, Malachi going for the shots. I figured he was stuck in melee. He might be trying to finish off our Plague Ridden while he can. Yeah, but lethargy, so he can't run away. Drop that damage on him. To drag Malachi right on down, and we'll also be able to see his defeat trait. Epidemius, you gotta turn around there, buddy. What a job. He tried to get him through the air, and that looks to be the fall of Malachi. Victory for Epidemius, but it was one that took quite a toll on our lads. "102 kills for the Doomseekers, so they absolutely are worth their weight in gold. Malachi only gained 7, but he was firing most of his time at our Plague Red, and he did a pretty good chunk of damage to the big Nurgle boy. See, do you prefer Kugath or Epidemius now? If I want a more relaxed start, I'm going to go with Kugath, but I think I enjoy the mechanics that Epidemius is rolling with quite a bit more. Kugath, though, now has quite a bit of fun he can play with all of the plagues he can drop down. Each time he receives 10 more levels, he gets an additional Blessed Symptom on that plague web, so you can throw out all sorts of pretty horrific plagues towards your enemies, left and right. But I think I enjoy Epidemius more. Kugath's artillery is slightly missed, though, here without Epidemius being able to chuck Nurglings at the enemy. We'll go ahead and make him into a lovely batch of new infections, and the Slayer Engineer is the trait you'll gain. Malachi has finally achieved the glorious death he has always sought, in a fair fight and at the hands of a worthy adversary. This will give us more recruit rank for our artillery, and then more missile strength for our entire army. A very worthy defeat trait indeed.
Epidemius.
It would depend on if our Plague Hulks actually count as artillery or not. We'll grab Pestilent Decay here for Epidemius, but that is going to be it for today's stream. I'll go ahead and sacrifice those guys as well. The Soul Grinder? Yeah, that's it. I always get them mixed up with the Plague Hulks.
We will infest the ruins.
Appreciate you for the correction. And also, thank you all so much for stopping by today's Epidemius stream. We are going to save progress here, so if we ever pick up back again, which I do definitely plan on doing a few more streams, I'll probably do 1 to 2 a week going forward. For the rest of the next week, the plan is going to be we'll do 1 with Thorgrim, and then we will have an Elspeth stream as soon as that embargo drops. So look forward to seeing the Dark Rose in action. She has some incredible stuff. If you haven't seen the Total War, they had a little bit of a first showcase video showing off exactly what she is capable of and kind of all of the things that her faction is up to. Lots of purple, and I'm here for it. But thank you all so much for stopping by the stream. See you all next time.